All right. We are live. It is Friday night. The Pirates are winning 1-0. There you go. Done. It's perfect. End stream. we've accomplished everything we possibly could want to. And that's it. We are playing Dragons Down Bingo Edition. This is our second week at this here, our second night at this. We played Wednesday night, got through 17 days, but did not get really even that close to a winner. I would say the Rune Sword is probably ready to win, but he's not super ready to win. If you see his bingo card, it's still a little bit scattered. He's got 2 in any given row or column, so he does have 3 more objectives to meet at least until he can win the game. Hey, what's up, Asaru? How are you? So we did have a close call. I thought the Vanguard was in good shape. The Vanguard was here, explore tiles, and then he had 3 kobolds sitting waiting right next to the altar, and he could have fulfilled all 3 of these. And that was looking pretty good. And I thought, oh man, the Vanguard's going to win. But then he got chased out of then 3 more kobolds showed up. So he got chased out of that clearing. Been better, need to be distracted, dogs in the vet. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's always bad. Sad and expensive. Is not great on either case. But then he got kicked out, moved away from the altar, and then got killed. So we took away all his chips, everything, pretty much, and started him anew. So I think the Rune Sword is in the best position here, as you can see. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the board. Wow, and no one else even has it. Like, the Illusionist has 2. That's pretty insane. So obviously I'm putting my money on the Rune Sword tonight. But we got to play. I mean, we still playing a game, so we still see what's what for our heroes. Let's take a quick look at where they're at. Rune Sword is here. He is hidden from the merfolk. I don't think he's gonna fight the merfolk. Hey, what's up, Obsidian Forge? How are you? And he needs to go and find some crap. I'm actually thinking, so if I look at the Rune Sword, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking visit 3 mountain tiles, use any 2 potions, have 3 treasures of 12 plus gold in your inventory. I think he takes the O column. Welcome, Obsidian. How are you? How you been? I still think the Illusionist is trying to shoot this diagonal. He's got a lot to do, but I think this is his best path to victory. And then I think the Vanguard is going to be... How many tiles are in the deck here? There's just 5. Been doing good. A lot of work. Work has been busy. I've been good. So certainly can't complain. Yeah, mostly playing games on here and then working pretty much. So, starting a new tabletop campaign tomorrow. So that's sort of exciting for us old folk over here. And so yeah, no, I've been good. The Vanguard, I think, is just going to need to see sort of where they end up on this. But they're well behind. They could barely explore in place 5. But I think this is going to be a non-starter for them. There's just too much. There's just too much chance that someone else just takes a tile, and once they take a tile, there's only 4 tiles left. So he's going to actually be locked out of here. This is one of the few you can be locked out of and know it. You could technically be locked out of own 2 different symbols, but you would never know. Until So, all right, let's get started. Let's get started. So day 17 it is. The Vanguard is first on his way back to a comeback. Absolutely. Oopsies, player one. Sorry. The Vanguard is player one. Breastplate, longsword, dagger. He has 14 bucks in his pocket. And how are we going to start? I think we are going to start by... And he's down here where it's going to be hard for him to actually pull any tiles, frankly. I think he's going to take as much as he can, 1, 2. And he does get a sight. That's a good start. If you're going to, I mean, the horde is over there, so that's not necessarily the best, but there you go. So 1, 2. Man. I'm going to say, so where's he trying to get to? I'm going to go 3, 4. And just avoid the monster rule. I'm going to go down here. Maybe explore a couple down here. Done. So that's the Vanguard's turn. The next turn is the Rune Sword. So the Rune Sword's got to get out of dodge. He does not want to sit with the merfolk. So he's going to go, let's see, what is his next goal? His next goal, visit 3 mountain tiles. He has 1 currently. So where are mountain tiles for him to go grab? The mountain tile that he did grab is here. He needs to go to the high pass. So I am going to go 1. I'm going to explore 2. And, oh, that looks very non-placeable because we need 2 adjacent hex sides with road. So this goes in the dead pile for now. So he went 1. 2 is explore. I hate to say it, 3 is going to be explore again. He's going to try to grab a tile out. And I don't know that... Oh, no, I don't think he gets to play that one either. Because this you need 2 opposites. So that... No. So that's a dead tile also. And this would be his 4th play. And I think he just sneaks. Done. And then finally the Illusionist. So the Illusionist has been trying to find this altar for like a day now. Like he's been... Not a day. I shouldn't even say a day. 1 day is 1 turn. 18 days. Like it's been a long time is what I'm trying to say here. He's been... several turns have been trying to find this I might be making that up. I might be misremembering. Who knows? You know what? I'm an old man. So he's gonna search 1. So 1 search. He's gonna progressively search. 2 is a fail. 3 is a fail. God damn it. He's gonna do it again because he has vapor form. 4 is a success. Done. He has found the altar. I'm gonna copy and paste the altar to show that I can loot it. I think he's the first to find the altar. He gets 5 fame. We do still count fame playing bingo, because you can turn it in for certain squares. But most importantly, he's found the altar. That's actually a space on here. The Illusionist gets his 3rd space, and this is a big one because you'll see it is literally tied to... Oop, I keep hitting the... Okay, I've fat-fingered that 4 times. It's very... It would be... If you could see my keyboard, it'd be embarrassing. It's in two of his possibly winning lines. Now, I don't think this is a winning line for the Illusionist. The Illusionist is built to avoid fights, which does tell me one thing, and this is a post-mortem of this game sort of early. I'm doing the autopsy before the body's even in the ground, which should be that I'm definitely going to have to, in the future, give the various characters a free space because of the fact that certain characters are built for certain things. The Illusionist in this case is built for running, not fighting, which is a valid build in Dragon's Down. There are valid builds in Dragon's Down too. I just want to avoid combat and collect treasure and learn spells and traipse merrily across the downs. But it's unlikely that you're going to get too many rows that don't have kill a thingy in it, and that greatly hurts those builds. So a free space would definitely allow someone to say, you know what, I like this winning line, except for kill a native. I'm going to put a free space here. And then boom. Now that's going to make the games quicker, for sure. That's not necessarily a bad thing. So, because games where I did do free spaces, I could usually get them done in the span of 4 hours or whatever. So done. I'm babbling. Sorry. So he finds the altar. Very nice. And we are indeed ready to loot that later. Remember that the Vanguard is dead here, and this is his treasure pile. I put it out there. And we're ready for the first monster roll of the evening. These have been pretty aggressive at chasing out people from different places. Mountains. Is anyone in a mountain territory? I do not think we are in mountains, sir. I think we're in... The keep is technically mountains. We're in rivers, and we see the roar symbol. I don't see the roar symbol. Done. So it's day 19. Rune sword is first. Took me a long time to get that out. The rune sword. Ugh, I am not happy with where he's at. I'm going to go 1. I'm going to get that. Oh, it's all the things. That's 5 fame for the rune sword, by the way. That gives him 50 fame. So he can actually turn in the fames here. Wow, it is all... It's all kinds of shit here. Let's see. The tomb in 3. Okay, so let's take our items. 1, 2, 3 items. So I can get rid of these chits here. Delete, delete, delete. The site I can delete. The tomb is where we're at. And the mausoleum also. Let's see what our items are. Hey, Michael, how are you? This is our rune sword. He gets a buckler, a leather helm, and an axe. Nothing great, but he's going to put them in his backpack. That is 1 of 3 turns. I don't think the tomb is worth anything on the board. It's always worth something generally. I think we will maybe search once. Oh wait, stop. We're not gonna take that. Is mausoleum one of the ones? Ooh, find the mausoleum. So we're gonna go 2 instead and then sneak. Done. Mausoleum's actually on the scoring board. Good, but play a sniper rifle. 1 endurance point is hard in Fallout 4. 1 endurance is hard in a lot of cases in Fallout 4. That's your next melee build. Done. You're welcome. All right, I think the Illusionist is going to spend a little bit of time looting. One, I would say, bad thing about this game, this particular type of game, this bingo game, is it does, we talked about this briefly last time, it does disincentivize normal play. Like, looting these things really doesn't do you much good It does make you more powerful, potentially gives you treasures you might need, right? Satchel of Suppression suppresses those bad treasures which pop up. We get 2 loots here. Magic Carpet is pretty damn epic. The Illusionist will take 5 more fame because the Magic Carpet is freaking amazing. And this allows you to what? Fly just all day. Fly. And he's going to put that in his tool belt and that in his tool belt. And the Illusionist now gets 3 tools. Cover all your tool belts there. So copy, paste. And now the Illusionist is starting to look like he might have a viable bottom row coming around as well. Except kill 3 months. So there's 2 kills here. See, so again, the Illusionist is a little bit out of sorts. So that is 2 of his 3. And I think he just is going to loot again because remember, he has Vapor Form ready. So he can get out of dodge if he needs to, but that is a failed loot. So he is done. And now it's the Vanguard's turn. Hey, what's up? Can I please ask you some streamer DD related questions at the end of the stream? I understand tonight's not great for that, though. We might have time at the end of the, if you hang around, you can ask me whatever. I'm not really a streamer though. Put that in air. Could you do me a favor though? Could you put streamer in air quotes? Because, so we're gonna go 1, 2, and then I'm gonna explore to here. That's already been taken. I understand. Nobody. Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not even saying it as derogatory. I'm just laughing because, so yeah, we'll take that, right? 1, 2. So we went 1, 2. This is our 3rd move. 3. We get a sight, so that's good for him. So a couple things. Copy, paste. We'll shrink that bad boy down. And we will put a couple things. He explored a tile. So he does get one of those. He visited a mountain tile, so he gets one of those. Those are partial credits, right? So 1, 2, 3 to get to there. I think he just sneaks now. And done. So that's a good mountain tile. That's good for everybody to know. We got a couple characters that need mountain tiles, right? This is going to play into this corner looks like it's playing into everyone's possible victory lap here. But welcome, Lauren. How are you? I saw you got the day off. So that was exciting. That was exciting. Even I was excited that you got the day off. I was like, oh my god, that's great. So first off, we have return. So that's going to clear out the merfolk and the sea serpent. That sounds like an old fable or a poem. The old merman and the sea serpent. I hope those were those. Okay, done. So we got return, and now we have roar. So we're gonna look at everybody for roar. No roar. No roar. No roar. Done. It's day 20. The illusionist with 4 treasures. We're gonna loot still looting. I'll take these off. We're still looting today. Loot the altar 1. He does get the 4th card. The Sparkler of Wisdom. I think I care about that more than the Satchel of Suppression. I'm doing good today. I'm having a good time. It's Friday. I do have a long weekend, so that's exciting. Second loot, just so I don't forget, because I always forget. That's a fail. 3rd loot. He only gets 3 turns because he's in a cave. He does get the 2nd card. That's a deepy treasure, and he gets a battle staff. He actually needs that weapon, so he's gonna take it. and put it in his slot there. And he is done. Remember, he has Vapor Form cast, so he does not have to worry really about monsters as much as the rest of these slugs do. We're going to try to find the mausoleum, is the rune sword going to do here. That was an awkward English sentence. 1. And he succeeds in 1 turn. Oh my god, you see that, people? That's how you find a mausoleum. We're going to get that mausoleum going. He gets another treasure site in his belt. He gets 55 fame. That's pretty exciting. And he has 2 phases left. Oh, and he gets Find the Mausoleum. Back with mac and cheese and some pulled pork on top. Well. And let me actually, let's see what we got here. So we got 2, yep. 2 up and down. We have Find the Mausoleum for the rune sword now. Bam, like that. So that's 1 quick find. I suppose we loot it. For our second phase, we get the 5th card. We get a potion of healing for the rune sword. Now, I think the rune sword's already filled his tool slots. So he's not super worried about... has he used a potion? No, the Vanguard used a potion. So we need to use a potion. We have 2 potions. We could use them and score our 3rd in a row here, and then we would be well on our way to victory. Now, the problem with... So here's the reason I don't like playing these twice in a row. The second session can go super fast, right? Like, I could easily see looting 1 treasure site, getting some crazy stuff, and just being done. So there you go. That's the danger. But that's his second move. His third move's gonna sneak because we don't want to get caught. Done. And then the Vanguard, it's turn. It's going good. Hey, what's up, Scott? So I'm going to take all these tiles, put them back in the bag. There are 5 tiles in the bag. So we actually do have a chance for people to score that still. The question is it worth trying to score? I think the Vanguard goes 1, 2. He will explore there once. Oops, I just took the whole thing. God dang it. That might be placeable. It is. So 1, 2, 3 is here. I didn't get my chit. What happened to my chip? That wasn't okay, man. That wasn't okay. It's a gate in 6. We did get another Explorer. That is the 3rd move, and he's going to have to decide what to do here. So tired of the Crimson Desert Abyss puzzles. I could get that. They can be long. Something you definitely need guides for. I think so. 1, 2, 3 is move here. I think we hide, or sneak, I should say, and be done with that. And that's the day. And we do get River Monsters show and Carrion. So River and Carrion. No one's in a river, so we don't have to check River. Is someone in Carrion? Nope. Stench. Orc, so humanoid. And more stink. So yeah, all stink all day. And we're going to move into day 21. Just tedious and they go on and on. Yeah, they can be long, those puzzles. Some of them are just like, do you really expect me to do this for this freaking long? So we found the altar. We've got a curse removed. Well, we don't have a curse removed. We need to get a curse removed. Ugh, that's going to be a pain in the ass a little bit. So I'm going to go 1, 2 to get to the light here. And then I am going to sneak. And done. The Vanguard is going to go 1. He's going to explore here. And he is sort of... So one is explore, but 2 is move in. So that is 2 of his moves. Another site. The crypt. And another explore for him, and he's up to 3. So all of a sudden, it's him and the Rune Sword in sort of a race if they wanted to do that. This is the second move. Because he started right here. 1, 2. He's going to go here. That is unplaceable. So that's his third move. And that's probably going to leave him sneaking the 4th move. And he is done. Okay, so here's my question. So first thing is first. First thing we do need to make sure we know he did get a cave. Which we did not give him that cave. And who else has been in a cave tile? The Illusionist has been in the cave tile over here. The Rune Sword has been in a cave tile here. I assume these are 2 cave tiles left. We're going to look real quick. No, it's 1 cave and the Murky Woods. Huh. So we have the Dark Passage, the Secret Den, so that's 2. 3 caves. Where's my extra cave? Am I missing a cave? Did I lose a cave somehow? Did I delete something? That's a little awkward, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, here, okay, 4. Done. Mr. Sandman, the Ninja Critical perk is the best nasty thing for Stealth Boy. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So the Vanguard, unplayable, done. It is now the Rune Sword's turn. So the Rune Sword has to think whether he cares about exploring or not. And if he doesn't, then he's sort of, because we could explore 1 and largely wreck the Vanguard's, like, he can't, then neither of us are going to be able to score this one. Are we playing PvP? Does the Rune Sword make eye contact in my head? This is all in my head with the Vanguard, and then move and explore, even though he could just loot the mausoleum. Does he go, checkmate. Because as soon as any one of them, well, there's 3 tiles left. Oh, so that's interesting. I'll tell you what, I actually don't think it's on the winning path for the Rune Sword. I don't think the Rune Sword is going to play this column. He could play this top row. He could sack 40 fame right now, for instance. And then maybe play this row. So if we're playing as strategically as possible, he's going to go 1, explore here for 2. That's a crummy draw for that. It's not the worst. So explore here for 2. So he gets that. It's the secret cache. But this is going to cost him 3 and 4. And so he does get a 4th explore. And unfortunately I've overused these tiles, so it's hard to. I'm just gonna have to remember. And so the problem is he can't actually get to there and he can't explore. Like he's gonna have to probably sneak. So they're gonna sneak and that's gonna be the end of the day. So we do have plains and rivers. I don't think anybody's on a river. And Carrion again. So that's the B-side to a Kansas song, Carrion My Wayward Son. It's wasn't a hit. It wasn't a hit, by the way. And that's a dad joke for 2 reasons. First off, the bad pun, and second off, I referenced Kansas, which the last time I saw Kansas was at like a rib fest in Ohio. So so that's definitely a dad. That's definitely a dad thing. Explore Murky Woods is a bingo square. Oh, thank you, George. Where the hell is it? There it is. So that's intriguing. Is it on a? Oh, I mean, you know, it's not the best in terms of, but we're gonna put our thing down on there. It's not like the best, but it is here. We might have to enchant it to fully explore it with the state of the board, which is the wackiest board I've ever seen, by the way. This board is not okay. Like this board looks like, how are you, George? Welcome. Good to see you. This board looks like a slime mold experiment gone wrong. So we don't have any monsters. I think we are done. Hey, what's up, Catherine? I think it is time to get day 22 out the door, and we're still not super close to winning. Anybody winning. There's a rebuild map button at start to redraw wonky maps. Well, this map is just wonky because of the players just spreading out. I do think the Vanguard explores on turn 1 here on his action. I'm gonna put these off. Oh, and we should we might be able to place this. Is there a better way to place this? No, probably not. So here's 1. He gets an item for his trouble. It is a longbow. Don't know how I feel about a longbow on the Vanguard. That's sort of not his gig, but it's another cave tile. And yeah, so it's another cave tile. So the Vanguard has a cave tile also. Is that his first cave? I think it's his first. Oh, because he got the rest of his stuff erased. Because he died. So he was on other cave tiles. He just also died. So that we set him back to 0, sadly enough. So not cool. That was a little unfair. So first cave, and he goes in, but there's not much in that cave. He also has explored, so that is his 4th explore, and now we have 1 tile left. The problem is that he's not going to get to it this time. So I think if we're racing to get that last explore, I think he's technically gonna lose that race. So I think 2, 3. And I don't know what to do with my 4th. You probably just hide on the 4th again. Or sneak, I should say. Let's use Dragons Down terminology here. The Illusionist is looking to get cursed and get it removed. And that's his goal. So he's going to move 2. 1, 2. And then he's going to try at the Templar. Statue of the Templar. And he only has 2 in his charm. And the statue needs charmed. He's got to sweet talk the statue. And strangely enough, we are looking for 1 door on this, because that would get him a curse. And that's actually what he's looking for. So 1, 2, 3, door, bam, curse. Last time we did this and got a curse for somebody, they just teleported away, which was a bummer. So curse it is. We got evens and odds. So first thing is first. We're gonna roll evens or odds here. We rolled odds, so it's on the 2nd column. We're looking for not a 1. We got a 3. We are weak. No optional might boxes may be played. Oh no, we are cursed. That's really good for him, by the way. I'm gonna try it again. Why not? See if I can get a 2 or less. Nope, we got cursed again. All right, hey, we're gonna get 2 curses removed. Even 4. May not rest. It's getting a little clunkier, by the way. And that's the end of his day. Right? And he went 1, 2, 3, 4, and he is done. But that is good for him. That is on his win path. That's on the critical path, as they say in project management training, which I never actually did, but I did train people how to use Microsoft Project back in my super young days. Okay, so I think the Rune Sword's gonna go 1, 2 and explore 3. Oh, he can't. No, you know what? He's not gonna do it because he knows what's there. You can't play it there. It's the ancient hole or whatever, so it goes straight through. Oh man. Okay, this is an So I know I can't do that here. I know that it won't work. Because it's going to go straight across the ancient hull. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now this is a long haul because it's going to take largely 2 days to flip this woods to a state, and then I'm going to have to flip it again because it is I don't know. Is it worth spending 4 days here, do you think? If this were a 30-day game, the answer would be no, of course, but it's not a 30-day game. It is the first bingo. And Alt Shift will show on the bottom. That's cool. That's the only problem is it's gigantic, right? Like that's the only issue I have with that. So that's like, I'll tell you what would be helpful. Is there a keystroke that just lets me see the tile? It's now see that's out of, I hate that because it's out of place. Like what I want to see is I just want this to be invisible. And I'll tell you why that would help me. Because in Dragons Down, we can, well, but that again, George, that makes it, that does this, right? Which is fine. And I know I'm being picky, so don't ignore me. I'm being picky. I would love for this to be invisible and just leave everything on the board so that I could go, oh, that space is yellow, and I have to walk on, I have to spend 2 phases to walk on there. That would be nice. That's all. That's just a weird gripe of how yeah, I don't. Oh, maybe is that actually true? I suppose that's true. I suppose if you look super right, if you actually pay attention a little bit, I don't know. Like the keep is, to me, is awkward, right? Why is this space not red then and this space is red? So I don't know that that always fits, but I do get your drift. I get your meaning there. Just like this one. Why is this green and this white, but these are orange? So, but yeah, I do see this, I think, a little bit, this little. So I'll have to see if I can discern that a little better. Like this one is obvious. I will give you that much. Like this looks like a swamp to me. So I like that. I like that. So, all right. So what is he going to do? So this is the actual question here. What are we going to do as the Rune Sword here today? Because you could explore the Murky Wood, and that does play this line, and then probably get a curse removed. You can use 2 potions immediately. So all of a sudden you have a really good through line here too to play, as well as this one. Or do you just start racing to hit mountain tiles? Do you just start going right now? Because you know, we can get to mountain tiles, but it's going to take us days to get to mountain tiles without a gate. And I don't see a gate anywhere. Anywhere close. How's that? There's gates here. 2 of them got sucked up into this one this little spot there, which is sort of crappy. And I always worry, because I play very fast and loose with the buttons. I always worry that I deleted something. I'm always worried that an errant delete key has deleted something, right? Or the other thing that could happen, and does happen relatively fairly often, is accidentally ditching gate tokens in with the monsters, because occasionally I just grab the whole stack and put them back, and that causes that to happen. So, whatever. Okay. I'm gonna make the call and say that four days is we're not gonna have. So we're gonna go 1, 2 back to the mausoleum, and we are gonna hide. So we're not gonna spend the 4 days. We're not gonna explore the murky woods just yet. And that could be a huge mistake. If we do find out all of a sudden that this was our line, that the three row was the one, we're gonna be sad, because that's a long way back. And that ends the day. Plains and thickets we don't have. We're looking for carrion again. No carrion there. No carrion there. No carrion there. No monsters today on day 22. Because I think the illusionist is going to give everybody a run for their money now. So technically we can fly. I need to find the rules for flight, unfortunately. Flying. Flying's built to maneuver speed, blah, blah, blah. No specific in combat. Each move costs 1 action regardless of terrain. You can move to an adjacent clearing via path, or if not currently in a cave, to any non-cave in the current tile, or randomly determined non-cave clearing in the adjacent tile. So we're in a cave. So, I'm sorry, so we're here. And we are going to get out of dodge. And I'm going to fly to here. And technically, I care where I go. 2. I'm going to fly to here. So this is 2 moves. I'm going to roll my D4. I'm going to end up in 2, which is here, which is the worst possible place. A non-cave clearing in the current tile. So it's going to take me 3 moves to get to town, is what that's telling me. So it's 1 to fly to here, 2 to fly to here, we land in 2, and then 3 to fly to there, done. So the illusionist flies for 3. We're going to trade for 1, and that's going to spend 5 gold to remove curses. And we just got a curse removed. So done. So now all of a sudden, the illusionist is the closest to winning the game. He needs 30 gold and 3 treasures worth 12 or more bucks, which is not hard to do it's not trivial to do. In Eastern Reaches, the rule Heavy Skies is always in effect. Flying in an adjacent tile costs 2 move actions. Huh. I don't love that. So we'll end up there, and he didn't do the thing. Or I tell you what we'll do. I just don't want to undo all that, so I'm just gonna. We'll take two moves away from him tomorrow. There you go. But the illusionist is close. To winning. I suppose the odd. Because I think he can do these two. Not today. We're not quite there yet. And we could try to do a mission too, which is not super hard. I mean, going into the desert and then finding the water or whatever is not super difficult. We could, loot some treasure sites, get some stuff. Nonetheless, I feel that he all of a sudden sort of surged ahead. But let's go to the Vanguard. Oh, welcome, George. Thank you very much. Welcome to Sorcerer, Sorceress. You are now a sorcerer, and you are truly, yeah, you're bumming me out, George, with that roll. Why did he put that roll in? Call Scott. I mean, it does make the river more useful, I suppose. Generally as a path to travel, but not like flying. I suppose there's a lot of characters that ultimately get. There's probably a lot more characters that get access to flying in Eastern Reaches. Since green has it, purple has it, black now has it technically, so you can get it a lot of ways. Maybe that's the reason he decided to go with that. Yeah. I mean, flying is really powerful. I was going to say you just don't get it that often, but the characters that can have it are going to have it because it's so good, right? It's just so good to have. All right, Vanguard. God damn it. God damn. Thank you very much, George, for the membership. I do appreciate that, by the way. I think we're gonna go 1, 2. And I don't want to do this, but I think let's just go 3, 4. We've just got to move here. We've got to move. We're so far behind. And hell, now even the Rune Sword is nervous. The Rune Sword was like, hey, I was winning this game, god damn it. And now it's like, nah, probably not, actually. So we need to get our shit together here, is what I'm saying. So we're gonna go. We're gonna have to hit up 3 mountain tiles. And we've hit 1 up. That's a lot of movement. I could really use the river, except that I can't get on the goddamn river right now. 1, 2, and we will still sneak. We're still gonna sneak. Done. And that ends the day. George popped a membership because he felt bad. He kept correcting my rules. And he's like, you know what? I got to give this guy a break. We got orcs, return, and river. Ugh, jeez. I assume... I mean, we take both dice. So we're going to do both dice. That's fine. So we'll return. I don't think there's anything on the board, so I don't think it matters. River is going to draw, and orcs are going to draw. So River's going to draw to 6. Sea Serpent. So we're going to get a Serpent in 6. So Serpent in 6. 3 orcs are going to jump the Rune Sword. 1, 2, and 3. So we are glad that we snuck, because that otherwise could be a little bit shitty. I'll tell you the other thing I wish existed in... Oops, whoa, hey, no, none of that. The other thing I wish existed in Tabletop Sim is a neaten up this pile of chips. Not explode stack, but make a bitchin' stack. Like, I think that would be something I would appreciate. And I know chips can snap or whatever, or snap to grid if I toggled snap on. But without doing that, it'd be nice if they, you know, could quickly snap to each other and then stop, essentially. Let's look at the other guys, because the other guys might have orcs too. Nope, he was all dragons, and the illusionist is in a dwelling. So it is only the Rune Sword, who now has to roll the hide dice. He is. And we've got to make a decision here whether or not we care about these orcs. The issue really is, we could probably... We might be able to damage we can kill those orcs, probably. We're only playing five chits. The axe orcs are slow, and in fact, all 3 of these orcs really are slow. So yeah, these guys all die. But we are taking probably, I would say, but their weapons are long. So round 1, we're taking 3 shots. I do have a potion of healing. Does it matter? Does it matter? Does it matter at all? I already killed 3 or more monsters in a single fight. 3 goblins. Nope, I already killed 3 goblins. That was my three monsters in a single fight. I don't think we take this fight. I think I mean, we can play the Seed of Speed, and in a fight like this, that probably actually wins us the damn fight, strangely enough, because the orcs are slow enough, and we literally will kill one of them around. And probably have a 25% chance rolled against us 3, 2, and 1 times. No, 3. It would be 3 times on round 1, once on round 2, and 0 times. So you're going to have to take 4 25% chances to get hit. You have a potion of healing you have to drink anyway. I just don't know if it is worth it to take the fight. It might be fun to take the fight. People like to see fights. Round 1 is the most dangerous round because my sword is indeed short. All these guys do the same damage. The Seed of Speed, +1 maneuver for the duration of the combat. So I think you would play what? Could we play this not alerted? Is that possible? Let's just play like this, right? So if you play like this, that's not great. That's not great. You hit and kill that axe orc after he attacks you. That other dude gets a 33% chance to hit you. I have not alerted, so this is not. No, the six chit makes this a no-brainer. The Seed of Speed sort of helps out because you could pop that beforehand, right, and go. I don't think it's worth it. I think we just sit. And you go, well, what's the worst can happen? The worst can happen is I lose my chainmail, actually. That's probably, quote unquote, the worst that can happen. I mean, I could die. But I mean, aside from death. Fate's worse than death would be, I want to lose a chainmail. And this is not a fight that, if I had not done... If I already hadn't killed 3 things, I would at least consider it. I think we just let them go. So we are hidden for the night. Move that over. We huddle. Better skip it, alert, and come again. Yeah, so if you alert, I think that's a way easier fight because you can play an extra either maneuver or you can play the extra attack. I think we're going to... I think we get out of dodge. Now the only problem with getting out of dodge is because I want to get ultimately to here. So I'm going to take the river, and I could do 1, 2, 3 to here at a cost of whatever 4 gold, I believe. But no, that would be, there'd be no hiding in that. So you would be possibly trapped by sea serpents. Also, I'm not really sure there's anywhere I can run out of this clearing. If I do get attacked, where do I get to run? And I think the answer is I don't think you do. There's nowhere to run. So that's a little bit awkward. We could also go to the horde. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, and then we're gonna sneak and try to keep it quiet. I think the Vanguard does explore, so he's gonna explore the last tile there. That's his first move. 1. That's a treasure. It is the symbol of alertness. Now, here's the funny part. He remembers where there's another symbol. It's in his stack of shit. It's 16 days across the board. So we're going to take everyone's chips off there. Not the illusionist. He's already done it. But we are going to copy, paste. He's placed his tiles. He's done his dues here. Done and done. And he's going to get that. Oh, that's a mess. I just made a total mess, didn't I? Yes, you did. Yes, you did, sir. So that is 1. There is literally no other reason to be here, unfortunately. This is just a shitty part of the map to be in. 2, 3, and then we're going to sneak. So we really did get sort of hosed by going this direction. That was probably not my finest hour there. I think we probably gate back. So that's where we're heading. It is now the illusionist's turn. He has to sacrifice 30 gold and have 3 treasures in his pile here. So we're, excuse me, we're looking for treasure sites to get. The Ziggurat doesn't look terrible. Remember, he only has 2 moves today. So we're going to rest twice. Take back that chip so we can actually do that there. Done. That's his move for the day. Let's roll some monsters. I assume that's... no, it's thickets. The game has thickets and plains, so nothing there. We're looking for carrion. No carrion. No carrion. Obviously nothing there. It is the next day. We're into day 25, guys. And it's the Vanguard's turn. So I'm going to go 1, 2... I would love to go get that crypt, but then I'm stuck walking back again. That's not great. I need to... I truly need to get... What are we doing? Oh, that was another cave tile too, by the way. So that's our second cave tile. Maybe that matters. Find the wreck. No. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're just going to go, we're going to make a naked move there and try to get this done. The illusionist is going to rest for 2. And then fly for 2. Sure, we're going to fly for 2. Why the heck not? Into clearing 5. Done. And then the rune sword is going to go 1. And I'm going to charge him 4 gold for that. Two and 3 gold for that. So that's his second move. I don't know that am I making a naked... Oh, he gets a chip, by the way. Oh, wow. Okay. And that was a sight. Darn it. And that was the Tarn. And that was early on. Now, the Tarn is not one of the things that we need to find in the rivers. It might be useful to us at some point, but we're going to continue. We were going to continue on. I do want that mountain tile. But then, man, there is a lot of space between me and the rest of the mountains. What are we doing here? What are we doing? What do we got here? What is the... What happens when I ferry into a swamp? One clearing at a time. Sure, right. Stop in water. You must spend additional action to enter the clearing, blah, blah, blah. Right, so, okay, so that would cost me 2 to get to here. That would be my 4th action. I'm probably not going to do that. If I'm going to do it, I would do that into here. I worry about getting juvenile dragons and orcs. That sounds like that's going to hold me. I'm going to move 3, 4. We're going to pull a treasure. The Artificer's Concoction. That's a great little potion, by the way. I'm going to put that here, frankly. Done. And that is a mountain tile for our... Oh my, I don't know how many of these we've... Okay, let's copy, paste. To make sure I remember I've been there already. So that's another naked move. I think it might be time that we're racing each other. So river's bad, carrion bad. No river, no carrion. No river, no carrion, and none here either. So done. So the illusion is going to go 1-2. And we are going to search for the ziggurat. Now the problem is we're going to have to wound every time we spend a day here, so that sort of sucks. But we will search again. No, we don't find anything, and we wound a cube. I'm going to wound the red. Done. That's the illusionist day. Now, there's no other reason to be in the high pass at this point. We are literally just looking for another way to get into a mountain. There are not a lot of good ways to get into the mountains, by the way. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Done. That's the Rune Swords day. Vanguard is going to go 1, 2. By the way, that's another mountain for them too. And that's the only problem with this particular format is just trying to so you got to keep track of a lot of shit, right? Like that's the bad part. It would be useful to have just sheets with all the different places and you can check them off, kind of. That might help. Right? That would be sort of useful. Like, oh, I'm using mountains, so here's the mountains. Like a giant spreadsheet of all the terrains, all the tiles, and you can just check them off and go, yeah, I've been in that one, I've been in that one, I've been in that one. Done. That would be a helpful little thing to do. When I do play Dragons Down, I played the quest game, and I've actually put the notepads beside each of these things and wrote down everything in almost Magic Realm style down in a notepad, right? So you can grab the notepads out of here. No. Miscellaneous? Where the hell's the notepads? Damn it. Oh, I think I saved them somewhere. Tools? No. Who knows? I have no idea what I'm doing now. There's the notepad. Yeah, I used to put these down. They were helpful. And then you would just write stuff down day to day, just like you would in, say, with the Magic Realm sheet or whatnot. So, just a thought. We do still have, so I'm going to sneak as the Vanguard. So yeah, I think everyone's done for the day now. And we're rolling monsters. We get the hills and the plains, and we don't have hills or plains, but we are looking for roars. No roar there. We got a roar there, so that's going to draw me a sandworm. Ooh. And no roars for the Rune Sword. Now, I have no way of actually fighting this because I don't even have a red. So, strangely enough, now this does not, and Venom does not do great here. You still takes 2 rounds to kill this guy. And he can fireball. Holy crap, that's not great. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. But killing a sandworm, by the way, is one of these weird bottom things. It does actually count towards some people's victory rows here. It's not the row that the illusionist is necessarily going for. He's just looking for treasure. in all the wrong places at this point. So I think that's everyone's day, though. I think it's time. Let's do 2 more days. We'll go to 4 weeks, and then I'm going to take a quick break just to stretch my legs a little bit, hit the restroom, grab something to drink. The Illusionist. So, okay, well, we have to do something, right? So first thing is first. Hold on. Are we hidden? I'm talking on. We're not. So I'm probably going to burn. Well, I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to run. I'm going to actually play 4 chits like that, and we're going to end up here. I'm not going to burn the gray just yet. And as you can see, I picked up the Ziggurat. So I am going to move 1. Hey, happy Friday. You did not miss a death. You didn't miss a death. You missed me getting run out of a treasure site, but not a death. Yeah, I don't hate. I just need to get 2 treasures in my pocket effectively. So 1. Two, 3. And then because we did that, we'll move 4. We'll fly to 4. Done. And that's the Illusionist done today. The Vanguard. What's going on? Yeah, the Vanguard is going to move 1. He's got to get out of there sooner or later. I do think so. We're going to search. That's pretty failsome there. That's pretty not great. And what else are we going to do? I think and we really don't need to find that, really. We could go up here. And the terrace has what left? 2, 3 treasures. So actually, I'm going to retcon that for the poor guy. I'm going to go 1, 2, and then we're going to sneak. Done. And we'll just, that'll be our day. Done. And now the Rune Sword is looking to, he is going to enchant, strangely enough. So he's going to enchant. So he's going to copy a blue cube, put a blue cube down, and enchant the Sanctuary. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's done. Because he's looking for mountain tiles, damn it. And that's the one he can get to, I suppose. We got swamps and something. And then scratchy bits. No scratchy bits for you. No scratchy bits for you. Let's get day 28 done. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back. Rune Sword first. He goes 1, 2, 3. And then probably sneaks. We'll play it safe still here, since he has a chance of winning for sure. Vanguard is going to go 1, 2. Where did they die? They died in these Elder Woods. And I will shuffle this just to make sure. I'll go 1, 2. Three. And like, I can kill any one dragon. I can kill one giant spider. I can't kill 3 giant spiders and 2 adult dragons. That's what killed him the last time, is we just happened to roll the thing. But I will sneak once just because, and done. And then the illusionist is going to... I'm going to go 1, 2, I think 3, 4. I think the chamber is what we're going to look for to grab our treasures. And we land in 5, which is here. And we are done. And now we need some monsters. And we're not looking for thicket and swamp. That's good. And stench. No stench here. No stench there. So that's day 28. I am, again, dancing around the idea of winning this game. I'm like, whoo, maybe. I do need to make sure the illusionist gets credit for this, because they did get to a second mountain. So they've been here. They've been here. So they could totally score all those all day. Like that is the power. That would be the power of flight. So that is true in that sense. And he has been in this cave tile. It might be worth it for the illusionist to go here, but I don't know that he cares yet. I think we're looking to get some gold. If we can just get the correct treasures in our inventory. Then this is the win right there. And then, frankly, the Rune Sword is also racing for treasures, because all he has to do is drink 2 of these bad boys here that he has, and he gets used 2 potions. He's going to get this mountain done. Then all he needs is the treasures. I did not expect the illusions, but so let's take a break. I will say that. So let's take a moment. Let's think about this. I don't think the Vanguard has a shot, frankly. He's just too far behind at this rate. We're gonna play him just to keep him in the loop. But that death, I thought he was gonna win on this line. The eye column. I thought he was gonna win the eye column, and then he got killed. He got chased out of that tile and then later killed. I think the illusionist, though, is going to sneak in and grab this, because this and this are almost the same thing. If you have 3 treasures, you could then get 30 gold pretty easily. So, yeah. Now we tend to not make you hold the treasures, like have something in all tool slots. You can just, once you do it, that would be something to think about for the future rules of this. Do you have to maintain them? Are certain slots maintained? In other words, if you drop something from your tool slot, before the end of the game, does this go away? Definitely make the game last longer, but more to the point, it stops things like this, which I didn't see when I laid these out, is that if you have 3 treasures of 12 plus gold, you're going to be able to sacrifice 30 gold. You just sell the treasures once you're done marking this space. So just something to think about. I don't know that I care, frankly. I don't think it hurts the game much, but something to think about. All right. We're going to take a moment. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. Quick break. I'll be back. Please stay put. All right, we are back. I dig how he shares. Dig, hey, what's sure different DD and MR ideas. So Magic Realm Darkens Down, alternate win conditions. Very nice. Thank you, Lauren. I do have a Ko-fi link. Where is it? It's not on this channel. that's here, hold on. I'm gonna copy that and paste it. We'll paste a dupe. There's my Ko-fi link. If you would like to donate, I do appreciate that. You can also you can also join a membership for the on YouTube. You can join the channel. It doesn't really have bonuses. The main bonus is you get to play with the icons, right? You get to play with the you get to here. I'm going to even expand this. So look at that. Look at that. Oh my God, I am begging for money right now. Ooh, that is super lo-fi, by the way, as signs go. So there you go. So okay. Hold on. I wanted to come back. I wanted to come back, and we're gonna play another installment of shitty B-sides. So this is how I know how old you are. A, you know what a B-side is. Shitty B-sides. I just went out and I got a drink, sparkling water, Waterloo Banana Berry Bliss, and I took my night meds, and I thought, there's a shitty B-side for what singer-songwriter? We already had Carrying My Wayward Son as a shitty B-side for Kansas. What's the shitty B-side? What is Night Meds? No one but me likes this joke. But I love it, so you're going to be subjected to it. On day 29, we are going to have the Rune Sword go first. Well, thank you, Lauren. I do appreciate the kind words and generosity. I do. I love alternate victory conditions. That's the one thing. One of my earliest videos on here was bitching about the victory conditions for Magic Realm and coincidentally Dragons Down, because I do think they suffer sort of similarly, because they're similar games in that sense. And it's not that the victory conditions are bad. It's just that I don't prefer them. I feel that both games sort of have that random victory sort of feel to them. You can strategize to give yourself a chance at getting points or whatever, but I like a little bit more objective objective sort of concept, right? Do these objectives. And so that's what the bingo is for, and that's what the quest variant is for. And I've played several Dragons Down games straight with the straight victory conditions, and I don't hate it. But I don't. But that's my least favorite part of both games. Both Magic Realm and Dragons Down are just how the victory conditions sort of almost feel like they peter out to me. So, but anyway, that's a personal preference. One of the can I take you know what, let's do this day before I forget. So let's do Rune Sword first. Where is our glorious Rune Sword here? The Rune Sword is here. He's trying to get to these mountains. Getting to these mountains would be key for him. So let's get that done. 1, 2, 3, and then he could 4 to here. Or we would just sneak here and take the wound. I'm just going to sneak here and take the wound. So we're going to sneak, we're going to take the wound. I have a green chip to wound. So we're just going to sneak and take the wound and be done. It is the illusionist's turn. The illusionist is going to move to the chamber in 2. And then we're obviously going to search for the chamber twice. Afterward, what the hell was I going to... What was I have no idea what I was saying. And no one answered. No one got my shitty B-side. No one's answered. Everybody's like, what are you talking about, man? It's Bob Seger, for God's sake. It's Bob Seger. He fails. We're going to roll again. And we succeed. So we did indeed find the chamber. And that gives us another 5 fame. Not as useful as it would be in any other game. I'm glad that Asaru, that you bought a full copy of Magic Realm. That's cool. That's so cool. I love the fact that people come to Magic Realm. I do think both these games are so compelling when you see them being played, that, and I do understand. I understand the big diss against Magic Realm is who the frick would ever learn to play it. I totally get it. I always joke that it took me a decade to learn to play Magic Realm, and I'm really not that far off, by the way. It's not really. I was 9 when I got Magic Realm, by the way. So it took me about, and it wasn't exactly a decade, but I would say close to a decade to learn to play Magic Realm for real. That's by myself for the most part. When I was in high school, I used to have it set up on my floor in my room in one corner, and I would just play it for days and days at a time, playing a couple days here and there with like a god awful number of characters. It was shit all over the floor. It is. I still have, that's in the, you probably can't see it. It's the Harry Potter box there. The original box was flattened by years of wonkiness. So that Harry Potter box contains my original copy of Magic Realm. And I'm surprised that I have all the bits, because it was on the floor and stuff. So yeah, so we have found the chamber. 1, 2, 3, 4. We did find it. We are good. That's going to be our day. And now the Vanguard has to go. The Vanguard's going to search for his treasure location. 1, 2. So he has found it in 2. And now I'm going to loot mine for 3 and 4. He gets the 4th card, which we have randomized these. And he gets the Symbol of Rest. And so he gets to pop this. To own 2 different symbols is one I never thought was going to happen. Now this is one, and this is another reason that we need a free space. This is one you could easily lock someone out of. I probably won't see another 2 symbols in the game, frankly. But we do get a free alert phase, which we're going to use. We get a free rest phase, so we need to pay attention to those. So the Vanguard is always alerted now, because that's going to be one of the first things I do, I think. So that was his 3rd. And then I'll sneak for his 4th. He moved 2. Right? Or no, he was there. He searched twice. He looted once. He is going to alert and sneak, and he is done. And that's the day. And let's roll it. Oh, we get Woods and Stench. So Woods are going to draw spiders. 1 spider to 2. One spider there, 1 spider there. Well, I shouldn't copy paste them since they are a finite resource. No stench, no stench, no stench. That's the day. But yeah, I'm actually very gratified that people pick up Magic Realm, because again, I do think that the game is super compelling when you see it being played. And it's super compelling to see it laid out. It's super compelling, to watch all that stuff play out. When done with a reasonable amount of speed. I have watched a couple people play Magic Realm online. They play really slow, I think. And I don't think that's as fun, right, or whatever, but I do think it's compelling and fun if you know how to play with enough speed and sort of get things moving and stuff starts to happen on the board and so on. And I think Dragons Down works like that too. You see this thing laid out on a table and you're like, holy shit, I got to get me some of that. Right? So that's cool. That is cool. Should have a class because you really helped me, but I don't know how to add the quest cards to the tabletop. Typically what I do is I just load them onto literally load the mod onto a table and then copy and paste things. Or what you do is you save the objects and then you load them into your other game. But I can show you how to do that at some point, Rob. So we are on day 30. Oh, we need to mark the Vanguard because the Vanguard has his second spot. So he's actually starting to move. I mean, he's only 2/3 of the way that the rest of these guys are in a weird way. So I'm gonna put the rune sword in the upper left-hand corner. The illusionist will be in the upper right. The Vanguard will go at the bottom. That didn't help, actually. That didn't help. It doesn't help that all these characters are essentially blue either, blue and black, so whatever. All right, the Vanguard's going first. And the Vanguard is looking to do these things now, right? The Vanguard is absolutely looking, but he's going to loot his treasure site a couple more times. So let's get that site looted once. Nope, that's a fail twice. That's a fail 3 times. Nope, that's a fail, and now we've got to alert and sneak, and we are done. The rune sword's going to go 1, 2, and 3. Or do you go 1, 2, and sneak? I'm going to go 1, 2, and 3. And we're going to take the risk. And that's going to be a mountain for us. And so the rune sword is going to score the mountain. I made a mess again. Do I have any other ideas? Ask me that same question once the day is over here. I don't know that I do though. I'm trying to rack my brain while we're going here. I have a lot of variations on, say, this bingo idea a little bit. I do have a couple there. I do think there's a couple, there's a couple variations on sort of the quests too. But yeah, no, I'd have to think about that. Okay, so the rune sword is up to his 3rd. So he is now, and he really has 4. So, because he has 2 potions. I'm just sort of holding them in place. Just kind of, right? And so he is done, but he did not hide today. And now it's the illusionist's turn. And the illusionist, I believe, has found the chamber, right? Chamber's found. So it's time to loot the damn chamber is what it is. There are 6 treasures in the chamber. We're looking for big money, no whammies here, guys. Hold on. 5. The Belt of Expansion does not help. That's 1 loot. 2 loots. He gets the 2nd card. The Golden Icon. Bam! That's another 5 points for him, by the way, giving him 20. 3rd is the 4th card. A spell scroll, a little pointless at this point. Last loot is the top card. Mace of Absolution. Not great, actually, strangely enough. Not quite what we wanted to see. That's worth almost nothing. The Belt of Expansion's fine, and we'll wear it for sure. But that's going to go in there. We can't even use that. The golden icon goes in there. That's 2 treasures that fulfill our... That's 2 treasures that fulfill our... Now see, Lauren, you've got me now. Now I have to start going and thinking about new ideas. I'm like, oh my God. I'm out of ideas. I'm peaked already. Jesus. So that's our day. And now we need to roll some monsters, because I think this one we're gonna get mountains. Oh, we did get mountains. We got a juvenile dragon, and we got 3 giants. Jesus Christ, the rune sword just might have got himself killed. Juvenile dragon, and no, not 1 giant. No. Why would there be 1 giant? 3 giants. 1, 2, and 3. That was an ABC comedy. 3 guys, 1 girl, 3 giants, 1 juvenile dragon. It was it was canceled mid-season. Canceled mid-season. Canceled mid-season. Now I got to start thinking. I got to start. What is a new idea? Oh my God. I had some stuff that was more prone to, like, almost akin to a scenario, but it was way complicated. So I just backed off on it for a little bit. Do we have any other folks in the mountains? No, and no. Do we have any other folks on Carrion? No. And again, no. So it's literally just the rune sword who got jumped. The rune sword is not sneaking. He does get to roll his Hyde dice. The Jekyll and Hyde dice. And they are Jekyll and Hyde. So he's jumped. So that's not the best, but we can run if we need to run. And we're gonna run. We're gonna run. We were born to run. Yeah, that's one I will work on. So I was thinking about a scenario for, say, Dragons Down and or Magic Realm, where you had to go to the different native groups on the board and essentially complete something for each of them to convince them to join you while you were being chased down by the bad guys, right? Something like that. So almost like a barbarian prince sort of concept, where you had been, your evil uncle usurped the throne, killed your dad, and kicked you out of the kingdom, or chased you out of the kingdom, and his ambassadors, quote unquote, his evil ambassadors are poisoning the land. You head into the borderlands, as it were, which is the game board. And your job is to raise the army to fight him. And in the meantime, they're trying to convince, yeah, you're being chased by assassins kind of thing. Yes. And they're trying to stop you from doing that thing. I just have to figure out how that all works. It did get rather complicated the first couple times. And I'm like, maybe this idea needs some editing before we get there. But So we're running out of the clearing done. And that is the end of the day there. But we did get the mountains. I'm not going to do the potions just yet because I don't need to just yet. More donations incoming. That's my Kickstarter. That's my Kickstarter. But yes, I think that would make a fun. I also wanted to do something with natives because I actually don't typically play with natives on this. Just because I don't like what they add for the overhead they add. I don't like what they ultimately do for the game, which isn't a ton, I don't feel. And so you know, and I don't even think the rules for them are bad. I think the rules for them are fine. When I look at the mental overhead that I have to do every time I do natives versus versus what they add, I don't feel it's quite enough. So I typically don't play with them. So let's get on. I don't know if I already drew that day 31 or not, but he's running, he's looting. Let's get day 32 on the board here. So the illusionist is up. The illusionist only has 2 treasures left in the chamber. What's the trove look like? The trove has 8 treasures in it. I mean, I hate to say, but we're going to go 1, 2, and then we're going to search twice. And he finds the trove, so that's another 5. So he's up to 25 fame if he needed to. And he'll loot the trove once. There's something to be said for having vapor form and not having to sneak. And he gets the 5th card. I'm going to drag this out and then do the 5th card. Oh, I like the Scepter of the Sorcerer. That's sort of a bitchin'. That's a bitch. That's a cool. Oh, and that's it. He's ready. I mean, I will indeed. So I am going to actually equip this and drop this. Not drop it, and put it in my backpack, essentially. And that gives him a purple cube. The reason is that cube is a woundable cube if he gets hit by something, or it's in the desert or whatever. But he now has, so I think we've just seen the win happen here. Have 3 treasures of 12 plus in your inventory. The illusionist has it. But that's the end of his day. The Vanguard is going to go. I think the Vanguard is not going to loot his body anymore. He's going to go 1, 2, 3 and sneak to try to get that all, and he's going to alert and sneak. Try to get that altar found, and maybe he gets jumped by kobolds, because kobolds can appear here. And then finally the Rune Sword, who now sees how bad this is getting. I'm gonna take my 2 damn potions. Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm in a clearing with monsters. I'm gonna go 1. I need treasures. Oh man, I'm gonna go 1, 2. I'm gonna search for that secret path. He finds a secret path, and I'm gonna go 3 to the altar, because now I know we're just racing now. We're just racing the damn illusionist. So let's roll. We get Return or Desert and Roar. So Return is going to drag all these out. These guys are gone. That guy's gone. Roar does not pull anything there. So we got 3 sets. Oh, can I just do this? Oh God. Okay. Do I? Oh, I'm sorry, George. I know that you. I'm pretty sure that you're like having little mini strokes, probably. Like I can picture your right eye twitching, like whenever I'm doing shit, and you're like, just hit the freaking button, man. Hit the button. I put a button on there, and I'm like, what? Is there a button? By the way, thank you for the button. I really appreciate that button. All right. I don't think we got any monsters. But I think we're racing the illusionist now to the end. We're gonna try to find the altar, not because it necessarily matters. Have I found the altar? No, I've not found the altar. I need to pull treasures. God damn it. Nope. 1, 2. We have found the altar. We're not the first. I'm gonna loot the altar, and we're gonna hope for a low roll, pretty much. Come on. Let's make this super close. We get the second treasure. It is the Helm of True Sight, which is amazingly cool and sort of pointless. And frankly, at this point, just to do it, we're going to drink both these potions. That heals this up. It gets rid of my curse. But also, we do score here just to make sure we know that it is reasonably close. So we are four up and down here. We have the O column to go. Fills O3. It does fill O3. And we're done, though, with the rune sword. The illusionist, though, he's gonna go 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. So that's $3. It's down to 12. 4, and that costs $2. But that's his day. And then the Vanguard, frankly, it doesn't matter what happens to the Vanguard, really. So he's going to go 1, 2, and he's going to search for the altar, I think, because he needs to find it anyway for his quote-unquote winning line. So he's going to draw, and he's even like, look, I'll help the illusionist in him. He's not snuck today, though. Done. But he is alerted. And we'll roll monsters. We got desert. We got stench. That's going to draw kobolds. 3 kobolds are going to appear. One, 2, and 3 kobolds with buttons, by the way. with little return buttons. I see it now. It's an R. Jesus. All right, we got 3 kobolds. I mean, we're both going to roll hides, of course, and that's fine, just in case. The rune sword barely cares. He'll let the Vanguard take that. Is the rune sword hidden? He is hidden. Is the Vanguard hidden? He is not hidden because he didn't sneak. Neither of them snuck. So we are fighting 3 kobolds. This is what we wanted to happen way, way back. And it did not quite happen for our guy. We are alerted. We do need to play 2 chips, but we can play 6 chips here. We're not gonna, I mean, we are gonna play early. We're gonna play big time. We're just gonna play straight out defense. We're gonna take 2 hits. Oh, that's a lot of hits, though. That's not great. That's not our best. That's not our best universe. I do want to get an auto hit, though. I really do. I want to get that auto hit, and we're going to hit him first. We are going to take 2. And we can take 2 and still win this fight. Or do you play defensively and hope, you know, right? You could play defensively and hope, or you could play super offensively. I think 3 creatures is always tough. If they flip, they're still speed 2s. Yeah, I can't. So I'm This does suck a little bit. So I'm gonna play like this. We're gonna have to play defense a tiny bit on the kobolds, just because there's enough of them to cause me trouble. So I'm not gonna go all out first round. If there were 1 or 2 of them, this is a super quick win. But there aren't. There's 3. And I don't want to take 2 injuries the first round of combat because I don't have enough cubes really to burn. Or you do, let's see, you get 2 hits. Yeah, you know what? I gotta slow play this a little bit. I'm hoping that the first guy flips. I'm hoping the other 2, I don't care what they do actually. Them flipping would be better for me ultimately. Nobody's going to flip because I said that, by the way. Right? Because I said something. So no one flipped. Did you notice that? My attack is first. It's longest, and I did equal his... No, I didn't equal his speed. So that sort of sucked, actually, as it stands. Oh, well, whatever. I do not hit. I should have equaled his speed. I really should have. And taking the equal hits from those guys. Now I'm taking 325% chances. And the first guy hits. The second guy hits. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. 2 guys hit. So guess what? That did exactly what I didn't want to have happen. That I could have done that on the first round and killed a guy. Instead, I took the coward's way out. Conan would not be pleased with me. I could have had this exactly happen. And now I'm forced to play defensive, I think. I need someone to flip before I can... Nope, nobody freaking flips at all. And now I'm screwed. They're attacking me. They have low chances, but I also have a low chance. So I'm not hit by any of them. Come on, give me 1 bit of luck here. Nope, not at all. No luck for you, sir. But this isn't this is the first stalemate round. Come on, you can do it. Nope, nobody flips. God damn it, you're kidding. That's a lot of rounds of no flipping. This is their 3 attacks. Double hit symbols. That's going to start to kill me. I'm going to take this brown away. It barely matters at this point. I do get to hit back. And I miss. I think the Vanguard dies here, strangely enough. Oh, we can't put that there. That's not where that goes, by the way. That was just a... I mean, the Rune Sword's like, he's got to jump in, right? He's got to jump in. And the reason he has to jump in is because she has to jump in, because she doesn't want these... if she's going to try to loot the altar for one last treasure or something, it's not going to go well if you can't do it. So if these damn kobolds are in the way. So I think she's going to play an all-out attack. She's going to go for the last kobold. She's going to be 4 offense. She's going to be ambushing, quote unquote. And there you go. Nothing flips. Oh, she goes first. I'm sorry. She does hit with 4. She has to roll the missile table here. Hold on. It's 1 and 3 sharp. And that's going to be a kill. So she actually gets the kill over there. So now these guys get to roll off against the Vanguard. That's a miss. That's a miss. The Vanguard attacks. He's going to miss. Ugh. Okay. She has to roll to stay hidden. She is not hidden. Now these two roll off. They roll off the two. We're just going to go even odd. Or no, high low. So they're both still on the Vanguard. There you go. I mean, she would be dumb to not jump in now. She's going to jump in with 1 sharp and 4 attack still, since nothing's on her sheet. So she's going to play like this. He's still playing defense. She's going to attack the second one. Oops, that die no longer matters, this die. Throw it over there. She goes first. She's going to hit this guy and kill him. Cobalt attacks our Vanguard. He misses. The Vanguard attacks. Now sort of pissed because he's not going to get any hits. Done. The Cobalt's looking to get a new target. Cobalt does get a new target. The Vanguard's going to play 3 attack now. But she's going to play 4 attack. And she's going to go and kill the dude with 4 and 1. Done. So the Rune Sword is going to score, strangely enough, copy, paste, kill 3 Cobalts. The Rune Sword gets that one. Doesn't help her necessarily, but theoretically, if she was actually, you know, facing off against the Vanguard, like racing the Vanguard, that would have mattered a lot. By the way, she used the potion. It's gone. That's a great potion, by the way. And the Vanguard got his ass beat, frankly. It's not his kind of fight. I should have played all out attack round 1 and got the 1 kill. I'd have taken the 2 hits, but then the rest of the combat would have been so much easier. Rune Swords first. I mean, we only have 1 treasure left. We really have to... The chance of us getting that is tiny. I think it's the same chance as rolling a 4 or less on 2 6-sided dice. So 1, what is it? 1, 3. So 4, it's 4 in 36. It's 1/9. I think we loot 3 times and hope for the best. That's 1, 2, no. 3, no. I'm not going to roll the Vanguard. I want to see what this treasure is. Was it $12 or more? It wasn't. It doesn't even matter. The Illusionist is going to sell, and the Illusionist is going to win the game. They're going to sell everything they have to sacrifice the 30 gold. Copy, paste. The Illusionist scores bingo. And sneaks the hell up on the game. Snuck up. They totally snuck up on the game. Now, so yeah, so that was about a 5+ hour game playing single-handed like this. That would have probably been a 3-hour game had we given free spaces to everybody. But give me, so I'm going to, I'm sorry, I'm going to take another break. Give me 5 minutes, 2 minutes, actually. I just need to go and like, you know, hit the restroom, blow my nose, grab another one of these damn soda water since I have no booze in the house. And then if you do want to chat for a little bit, that is absolutely, I will chat for, you know, I'll chat for a bit. It's early. That's the only thing I don't like about having the last part of a Magic Realm or DD stream on a stream, a live stream, is that they can end early, if that makes any sense. It's not a huge deal, but it is only 10 o'clock. And usually we would try to go till midnight on a Friday night, especially before a long weekend, guys. Come on. So let me get myself settled here. And then if you want to chat for a little bit, how goes bingo? The illusionist won, sir. The illusionist scores this diagonal. Explore the deep woods, find the altar, get a curse removed. And they did it, by the way. That was pretty clever. They did it at the statue of the Templar. They rolled the statue of the Templar specifically to get the curse, to specifically walk up to the sanctuary to get it removed. So that was sort of fun. And then they went on a looting spree, found 3 treasures, you know, found the 3 treasures, and then these 2 were almost a foregone conclusion. But I would say that the rune sword had it close. They had 4 of the 5 that they needed. Yes, absolutely. We got this 100%. That's a fun. We'd have to figure out. So what we need to do, and what I need to do is, so I'll tell you what. I don't know if you're going to stick around. You can stick around for like 10 minutes. Yeah, because I'm going to hit the restroom and grab a drink or whatever. But we're going to chat a little bit for at least a half an hour, I think. So if you do come back, ping me, and that'd be great. So stay put for a while, guys. We're going to come back and we're going to talk, and I will, and I'll answer questions or talk about what I think about this mode and so on. Stay put, please. All right, we are back. So those of you that have stuck around, thanks. Cool. I enjoy the company. So yeah, so what I love about, I do enjoy about the bingo edition is, again, it puts a set of objectives on the board. They're the same objectives for everyone, which I actually think is sort of super interesting in that sense. I mean, and it's neat because you know the objectives, you can see what your plan is, right? Like you can literally say, I'm going for this diagonal. I'm going to explore the deep woods. I'm going to find the altar, blah, blah, blah. I've got to do this and then this, and then occasionally though, you will be diverted by little bits of chance, which cause you to go, ooh, but maybe I should go kill those 3 goblins over there, right? Or you get jumped by the 3 goblins and win. And now all of a sudden you've marked 2 spaces on the card and you're like, maybe I need to go this other direction, right? Like for instance, the rune sword could have explored the murky woods, but that might have been a mistake, right? Because that would have taken several days that ultimately he didn't have. Sure, like a tic-tac-toe board, you could do that. You could lock people out. That would be one of the variants. The problem with anything you can block people is that it's probably easy to stalemate that game, which you wouldn't want probably to do. Like playing this for 6 hours and hitting a stalemate would be sort of miserable. Right? But yeah, like a tic-tac-toe, you could probably stalemate folks. I was thinking, so the 2 variations on this, are obviously take a free space, and that shortens the game probably by about a third. Right? Because you go for the one that's the clunkiest for you to do, and you go, yep, not doing that. Now, mind you, every time, about half the time I've done the free space, I've taken it and then gone, man, that guy could have got that if I just known the treasures I was going to draw. I would have done that. But for instance, this would have shortened this. Would you say I do design the best iterations? Absolutely. Variations, yes. I would say that. I would totally say that. I've never said I've done the best of anything, actually. So let's keep that in mind. I will say I've made the best tabletop RPG for the group that I have done. There you go. But you can see how you would shorten this game if you got a free space. If the illusionist takes Explore the Deep Woods and took that as a free, the rest of this becomes pretty trivial. But what it does avoid, are things like you never see the altar come up, or you don't see it till the end of the game, like stuff like that. So, but anyway, the other option would be in the first 7 days, you can lock someone else out of a square. That would be one that you could do. I would only do maybe 1 square and then say, okay, I'm going to lock you out of, upgrade it to, we got another Witch King. The best class, by the way. It's the best character in Magic Robin. It's not even my favorite, but it has become, that's the meme. So I'm going to go with it. The most overpowered character, yes, but it is not necessarily the best. Yeah, go ahead. Ask away. That's why we're here. Do I have? Yes, I do have the giant. The giant chart of bingo, but I need to sort of rewrite them. So here's the problem with the bingo right now is I don't have a good handle on statistically what I want to show up, if that makes any sense. Where the hell is my chart, by the way? I'm looking for my chart now. Yeah, the Solus is sort of the Witch King a little bit, right? Where is our guy? There's our guy. The main difference, I will so I mean, the Solus is sort of a wacky class. You want to be hidden and you want to cast Fiery Chasm. it's like Fiery Chasm Day at the OK Corral. The main difference is that you're actually like, in reality, Power of the Pit's a terrible spell in Magic Realm. Like, you would never really take Power of the Pit in Magic Realm. You are unlikely to kill. You are less likely to kill something you want to kill than you are to kill yourself. So, just because the rolls are so right. Like, you're Tremendous Dragon, I'll cast Power of the Pit, and you go, okay, I could have killed medium or light shit. That wasn't so I would say that the Solus is a quote-unquote better mechanically, but you are a little bit cubey. Like, you have to figure out, I feel, because you ideally would want to cast Vapor Form, in my opinion. I think Vapor Form is, so you would like to get 2 gray cubes probably, or at least one. You at least need 1 gray cube to then enchant and then cast the 2 gray, 1 black. I would cast Vapor Form because I think you need a way to get away. That would be your way to get away from a fight. But anyway, I do appreciate the Solus. Hey, what's up, Amanda? Definitely a good one. Yeah, the Solus is. The Solus is really encouraged to go after those big 3 cubey spells, and you probably don't have 3 cubes unless you either specifically go elf, and so on. Or a half elf, of course. But I do appreciate that because I like Fiery Chasm in Dragon's Down as an offense, and I don't like in Magic Realm. Although in Magic Realm you have the slightly overpowered Drain Life, which really shouldn't be in there. I do totally admit that. It's bad. So we were talking about the chart. So I'll get you the. Can I get the chart? Where's the goddamn chart? My bingo. Where's my bingo? Give me a minute here. I think I can save this as a PDF. And I think I can import a PDF. I forget. Can we? I'm sure you can. There's got to be. I know there's a way to custom PDF. There we go. So there's a custom PDF. I shouldn't have done what I did. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. And now I'm muttering to myself like an old man. So here's the chart. Let me make it big and biggen it a little bit. So this is the current chart. You kill a native, kill a stack of 3 monsters in a fight, kill a single monster worth 10 or more fame, right? Get a curse removed. So we saw a couple of these. Get a native was on there. Get a curse removed. Three or more monsters. We rolled a lot of low numbers on the D100 there. Obtain a title. I think complete a mission or complete an atrocity. Visit a dwelling with 4 cubes wounded. Discover 3 secret paths is probably low. It probably needs to be something like 5. Chris is 1 step away. 1 step away from I don't like the look of those teenagers. I am. You don't know how dangerously close I am to that line, Scott. Actually, I'm. Am I that old? Maybe. You know what? Maybe. I'm just gonna own up to it. Fuck it. Maybe. Have 3 weapons in your pack is sort of. I have to think about some of these. Because I do believe, like, I don't want to necessarily count if you started with a weapon. I don't necessarily want to count that kind of thing. The wacky have 4, treasures of 4 gold or less, or 12 gold or more, stuff like that. I need to go and at one point I think I checked these statistically to make them. So I need to go through all these and make sure that I understand what the chance of, like, how many cards you're actually getting out of those, right? That's sort of that would be the what I need to do. I need to go look at all the cards. I need to beg Scott for like a truncated version of his Excel sheet so that I can sit there and look at all the cards and go, okay, have these, have that kind of thing. Equip gloves, equip boots, right? That's sort of what I wanted to do one called we can do that. I would like to clean them up at some point to make sure that they're okay, kind of, if that makes any sense. Like, I would hate to give something to someone and then go, I hate that one, I hate that one, I hate that one. You at 50, you do injure yourself sleeping. Yes, you do injure yourself sleeping. Oh, I slept wrong. What is sleeping wrong, actually? There, by the way, there's more embarrassing than at 50 you injure yourself sleeping. if you and this is definitely, there you go, we've entered the adult section of the night. If you cramp up during sex, you're obviously over 50. So you get a list of these, and I would love to figure out and expand and sort of where do we want to go with these, and I get a nice list. Then for the different terrains, I would like to be a little bit spend a little bit of time on the different terrains. I do hate the fact that I can't. I'm gonna actually close these out. How's that? Boom, boom, boom. So for the different terrains, they're very similar in that, it's kill 3 of these monsters in here, or kill one of the specific monsters in the desert, find the treasure sites that are there, hire someone that comes in that terrain pack. And then I tried to do a couple sort of ones that were specific to that terrain pack, but at least were slightly interesting. Oh, visit 3 of those tiles, right? So for the river, I have visit the port and the headwater. I thought that would be an interesting one and would encourage someone to go up the river. Sell a treasure to the foreigner, so specifically a treasure. And you'll notice like buy an item from the smuggler at base price, I thought was sort of an interesting, a fun one, right? A cheesy fun one. Or specifically sell a piece of jewelry to the smuggler. Sell a deep treasure to the artificer, because that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds like a. So I would like, yeah, the smuggler is a jerk. He's a pain in the ass. Some of these, but so that's sort of where we're at. I wanted to do one called Smart Dressed Man, and I was literally looking at the lyrics to the song, but I was like, there's no possible way. They mention every goddamn piece of clothing in that song. I'm like, there's no way anyone ever completes this. But I was sitting there looking at lyrics going, okay, I need a hat, I need shoes, I need gloves. Jesus Christ. No, it can't. I'm sorry, ZZ Top. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. And some of these are trivially easy, get an outlaw token and so on. So I would love to go over these as a pass with a little bit of statistical sort of knowledge, and, you know, figure out sort of where I'm at in terms of, and again, some of these are like get a title, because the game, when you play bingo mode, there's really no point in getting a title. There's really not that much point in completing missions. So, you know, complete a mission or complete 2 missions or something would be a good one, because it then sort of circles back to the base game. So this is the chart. I think it is in my, I don't know if I've shared. I will actually, I'm going to make, hold on a second. I'm going to go to Drive, and I'll just make that folder public. I'll make that folder public on Drive. It might be in my public. Yeah, it is in my public folder, Dragons Down. I'm going to put the bingo chart. So there's the ODT I just put in there, and the PDF I just put in there. Let me see if share, copy link. There's the link. There's the Drive link. But yeah, I do love the bingo. It is actually one of my favorite ways to play Dragons Down. I do want to go over these quest cards at some point and get them sort of back. Rewrite them, knowing what I do know now about the game. With the new terrains and all the new shit, like, it's hard to keep up a little bit. That's one advantage of Magic Realm, is that it is a dead game, quote unquote, that's not being expanded. Scott is just too fast for me. Like, I'm like, oh my God, there's another expansion, Jesus Christ. Now there's going to be horses? What am I going to do with frickin' horses? So that's the reason why I haven't done this in a while. These the events or quest cards is because I need to segment them by terrain type, and I need to catch up with Scott, the current state of the game, to make the cards relevant, and so on. So that's sort of where I'm at. I do want to get back to the quest game and doing the quest game, but I'm just like I'm two expansions behind at this point. I'm 2 expansions behind. So when are we doing live stream Q&A? I was going to ask you this week, and I totally freaking forgot. I'll be totally honest with you. So do you want to do it next week? Do you have time next week? Ping me on Discord and tell me if you have time next Friday, or if you have time another day, and then I will get questions together. I have to prepare, because I am not, what do you want to say? I was thinking about it a little bit. I wanted to ask, I thought Friday the campaign ends. I mean, do you want to do it? Is that okay? Is that a good day to do it Friday? We can do that Friday. We do good to do before the end. Yeah, good point. Good point. Okay, well, you ping me. How about that? Ping me. Tell me when your preference is. The problem, of course, it's a holiday weekend, so Monday is a little dicey because who's going to be watching two old guys talk about board games on Monday? But ping me, and we can get it together. But yeah, I did have some. I was thinking of some questions the other day. I was like, oh, that'd be nice. That'd be cool to ask. There's a lot of cool stuff sort of coming up lower and we'll just because there's a lot of cool stuff sort of coming down the pike. Like it's the expansion's pretty neat. There's a lot of things, and frankly, I was surprised because I haven't seen most of them. I've been catching up with them as you've been publishing the updates, and I'm like, oh, that's way more that's in the play than is in the play test. So I'm sort of excited because now I'm like, oh, there's new things, which I didn't realize were coming. So there you go. We got two. You got two people. So very, very fun. 40% more content. Yeah, I would say surprised. I suppose I was surprised. I thought, okay, this is it, and this is fine. This is good. This is a good amount. I don't, you know, but yes, when you started publishing the rest of the stuff, I'm like, oh, there's more stuff. Yay! So that's cool. I'm very very happy with that. I did put my pledge in pretty much on whatever, the first couple hours. I think I did get pinged super early in there and got in. And it is, and not that I don't want to pregame the questions, by the way, because I tend to do this. I tend to do this with Scott, but it is no. I would do daily reveals. I think those are fun. In my opinion, that's just me. I appreciate having the play test. I think that was a good idea. Having the play test is cool, especially because, you did add 36 spells, and that totally changes that kind of not economy, but you know what I mean. It changes the demeanor of spell casting in the game, and so I thought probably play testing those is good. But I do like the daily reveals generally. I think those are sort of fun. It's because normally I wouldn't pay attention. Even having pledged a Kickstarter, I'd be like, it'll come when it comes, and I'm not going to sit here and stare at it and wait for it. But the daily reveals sort of give me something to look at and go, oh, what else is going to be in there? Oh, that's fun, right? So it's a little bit, and I pay my money and then I don't even think about it. I'm done. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I don't think about it. I don't, like, the funny part is, and by the way, don't do this. You could never send me the box probably, and I would be done. because I wouldn't think about it again until like a year later. I'd be like, what happened to that? And then go back and realize, oh shit, I paid, $80 for this thing or whatever. And then it would show up and it'd be like, oh, look, Christmas. But the daily, I will say this, and this is only for old people. The daily reveals are like the Sears catalog before Christmas, a tiny bit. Like, it's like, ooh, right? Like, I don't know if you did this, but I did this. I'm a very materialistic little golem. But right before Christmas, you'd go look at all the things and go, oh my God, yes, I want the Micronauts. I want the Mattel football game. Oh my God. And that's the same thing. I think that's a very good strategy, is the daily reveals. Those are super fun. Just wonder if having it all out there and doing daily reveals, being detailed dives into aspects of the new game. I don't know, man. I think the daily reveals are good. I think they serve their purpose very well. I would definitely keep them. I think some people would obviously disagree. I get it. You're right. They want to see exactly what they're getting. And you might do both. You might do, okay, here's the, okay, that is true. You might do both in the sense you might say, here's the outline of what you're going to get. You're going to get a bunch of new spells, a bunch of new classes. You're going to get like the concepts, right? You hit the concepts. You're going to get horses. You're going to get blah. You're going to get this. And then, heck, your daily reveals actually are even more anticipated because someone might go, fuck, horses? I want to see what horses looks like. And then daily withdrawals. Yes. That's good. That's good. Yeah. You're not getting dark elves. No Drizzt, no tieflings. I do like I like Aurorans. I do like Aurorans as a lineage. I think that's cool. We have not hit 200K, so I'm taking out X. Well, that was my guess. Where are we at? Are we even close? I gotta go look at Kickstarter now. Jesus Christ. Making me look at Kickstarter. Where are we at? 191. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That's what was my guess? Did I guess 200 or 250? Where was I at? I think you laughed at me. Did you laugh at me when I said that? But by the way, that was totally a guess out of my ass. Like, don't take stock tips from me. I've never predetermined anything, figured anything out. I am. But yeah, so yeah, don't take financial tips from me. I don't know shit. But that's good. That has to be. I mean, again, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not pre-gaming the Q&A. That's not okay. I do like the daily reveals, though. I would definitely keep the daily reveals. But that is a non-trivial sum of money, sir. So that's good. That's very good. I do think Dragon's Down has sort of captured sort of that, what do you want to say? Captured that, the imagination of the epic board game players, right? The Magic Realmers. And again, you didn't get it. I'm sure there's some Magic Realm folks that are like, oh, that's, but I think you captured most of that audience, which is not zero. It's not trivial. It's a substantial sort of niche there. And then, I think if someone likes Runebound, they like this game. The moment I realized that it arrived, nice. There you go. Gathering of Friends. What's Gathering of Friends? Non-trivial. Yes. Thank you. So yeah, it's good. It's good shit. I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy. Where are we at? Private industry event. We're made of the most famous industry. Oh, there you go. There you go. See, I wouldn't know that. Geek famous people playing Dragons Down. Excellent. Super fun. Well, and I don't know how many the problem with the Epic board game, so the Epic Fantasy Adventure board game, is I think it's one of the hardest it's one of the hardest genres, I think. And I think a lot of games skirt into that territory, but are often just dungeon crawlers like Descent, Gloomhaven, Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. Like those are more those are dungeon crawlers. Even Betrayal, even Elder Scrolls is a dungeon crawler at heart, right? The Chip Theory game one. Those are dungeon crawlers. Those aren't really the epic adventure board games like Runebound, Talisman, God forbid, Magic Realm, Dragons Down are a it's a different kind of game, but I think it's a very hard game to do well because there's a level of detail that you want, but there's a level of abstraction that you need. Right? You're trying to compress a whole D&D campaign into a 4-hour game session. So, but yeah. So yeah, yeah. Again, we're pre-gaming the damn interview. So that's, damn it. See, I gotta cut this guy off. Now, I will say, yeah, I don't like games that boil combat down. I don't like Return of the Heroes, sucks for that. Talisman, obviously. Talisman's not even a game. I used to go to Gathering of Friends till it moved away from my area years ago. Hey, Blast Pop, what's up, man? I am a little disappointed that they have displaced Magic Realm with Dragons Down, but I do understand that's a hard. Those are that's a lot of weekend to have taken, or whatever. That's a lot of hours to have taken. Does sound mega fun to hear about. You kid? No, you don't. Mr. Scott Demir shows no mercy. He's the gaming assassin, the game design assassin. I was friends with Mike Gray when Milton Bradley was in Massachusetts. Oh, interesting. They put giant bats in the game, so this is a factual statement. Yeah, and those bats are awful. God damn it. They're awful because they stop you from running. Anything with a 4 is the worst. Because you're like, oh, God. That's just going to trap me in with something that's going to eat me alive. Did for consulting for them and started Compass Games. Oh, that's cool, man. See, now I'm in awe. See, now I'm in, game design alum. Game design alum royalty here. I'd love to work in gaming. Hasn't gone so well for me in California. What do you want to do in gaming, Osru? Like, what do you do? Do you design games? You do art? What do you do? Coding. Yeah, I mean yeah, well. Um that's a rough haul, man. That's a rough haul. it's some of the hardest work, and and the economics aren't great in terms of companies will hire on and then lay off a bunch of people when when a game is completed and so on. It is just typically a not the best scene, I feel, for code for coders. Didn't pan out, but that's okay. Yeah, like enterprise coding, frankly, is the way to go if you just want to make some money, and not stress out as much about it. Not that there's zero stress, but there's less stress. Oh, where are we at here time wise? 10:48. Not bad. Not bad. It's still early. Still early. AI is reinventing so much of this. I'm in a tech profession. Yeah, I was. So yeah, why I'm obviously being not forced, but we are being heavily encouraged. I actually think there's going to be a rug pull, but that's just me. I think these companies are going to greatly increase the cost of all of this. And it's just going to be very hard for those small to mid-range companies to keep up. And, right? And they already have AI models that are locked that they haven't released. Like they're like, oh, Mythos is so dangerous, we're not going to release it. So what you're saying is that we're going to starve the software development talent pipeline and then hoard all of the best performing coding models behind a firewall. And what happens to programming in general? I think you're going to see a stratification, and then what they're going to do is they're going to become giant consultancies. If you want to make software, our consultants will come in with our sexy models, and we're going to come in and we'll code this thing in 4 weeks, and it'll be up and running, and it'll be working until we leave. Then it's going to break, but we'll be gone. You signed a contract as is. Good luck. And, and you can either hire us again at God All, I think it's going to be very, very shady. Not shady per se and illegal, but shady in ethical, unethical, bad for the world in general. Like I don't see a good future because I do not trust these companies to not essentially create a monopoly or a duopoly or a triopoly, or whatever, but an effective effective monopoly. Right now, I mean, coding. So for most of my career, coding was the equalizer, right? Anyone could write software. Boom. You could get free tools and write software. Bam. So it was a great leveler of the playing field, right? Don't get me wrong. You could, if you had a lot of money, you could hire amazing engineers and blah, 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 and more of them and so on and so forth. But still that coding, and I think the future isn't AI is going to do all your coding for you. The future is that 3 or 4 companies will have access to coding models and consultancies that will drive all the software and I don't, and I don't see what else, and you're going to be locked out of that. The tokens are going to be so expensive. And you'll be back to coding by hand. So yay for us Luddites. But yeah. And I say that as a person who actually has had a positive experience with Claude Code. I think Claude Code's actually pretty good at doing lots of tasks. So I don't think it's, oh, AI is never gonna. I think AI does. I think generative AI does a fairly good job at, because I mean, think of what it trained on. It trained on, years and years of Stack Overflow and Elite Code and so on and so forth. So I mean, I think there's a lot of prior art for it to have stolen to form these models, but I don't see anyone using these models responsibly. Done. I'm done bitching. I apologize. Can you put AI on someone's bingo card, please? Can we talk? Yeah. God damn it. Should we go on Reddit and have people bitch about AI art and Dragons Down now? Can we do that now? Is that what we're gonna do? Jesus Christ. I sort of hate people now. Okay, old man time. Old man. God damn it. Sure. All right. No, damn. See? God. See, I was going to ask you a question, Scott, and I'm like, nope, I'm not pre-gaming the stupid Q&A. God damn it. God damn it. I was like, ooh, I have a question about, nope. Gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna hang out. I can ask you, nope. I'll ask you on a Q&A. I'm gonna have to fill a couple hours. There will be more. Ugh. So when we do, no, not that it's the same thing, but when my buddy Scott and I come over and we talk about gaming, the worst part is the half hour before. I'll usually drag his ass over here a little bit early, get the room set up. Not that it's anything, but I have to move my microphones and readjust them because he's a big loud man that spikes the microphone, and just test the sound and test all the stuff, right? But the problem is, at some point, that'll be done, and we'll be sitting there staring at each other, and either it's so. And what we used to do was we used to then chit chat, and then it'd be like, wait, we just literally talked about the most interesting part of what we're going to talk about. like that was it. We could stop here, not turn on the camera, and we would that's what we're going to talk about. And so I'm like, look, we're not pre-gaming. I looked at him, I said, we're not pre-gaming. And then we sat there and stared at each other for half an hour. It was the most awkward. It was an awkward time. It was not ideal. And then usually that's just means that we're drinking at that point. So yeah, no pre-gaming, goddammit. No pre-gaming. No, not that the world needs me as an interviewer. What is one thing? Oh, I mean, that's easy. You want to ask me a question? That's an easy answer. Actually, don't answer that. That's a softball question, frankly. Pre-game trolling. Would you like to ask me that at the whatchamacall? I think I've already answered this though, 1,000 times. And I will pre-game that one just a tiny bit. You've never asked me. Combat. It's freaking combat. The combat is way more interesting. And we'll go over. How about this? We'll go over why in the Q&A if you wanna hear it. If you don't, that's fine. I mean, we can. I'm gonna have a list of questions to throw you about this expansion, Wildlands, and so on, and the Kickstarter and all that. So it's not, but absolutely, the answer is combat. Okay. You'll have to. I mean, I would. You should point me to that. Like, I don't know if that's a Reddit discussion or some bullshit, or some other whatever. Like, I don't. But that would be a talking point, because I think combat is typically way more. And don't get me wrong, you can have interesting Magic Realm combats, but the number of interesting combat decisions you have in Dragons Down is the number of times you sit and go, should I have this fight or not, is way higher in Dragons Down, in my opinion. But yeah, so, oh God. Okay, see, I can't, I'm an idiot. I can't stop myself. So that's the problem. So that is an issue. And okay, I'm going to say it here, and I'll tell you why. The last time we did a Q&A, I had a guy bitch me out saying that he didn't want to hear me talk. He wanted to hear you talk. So I'll talk here and no one cares. And then in the Q&A, I will not speak much. A little bit, because I can't help it, because I'm a talker. But so I think, so the thing that, so combat is the one thing where I say, and there's a couple other things where I think Dragons Down edges Magic Realm out for sure, but combat is the one. No, it wasn't you. It was not you. Oh, Jesus Lord. Was it me bitching about that? No. I got it in the comments. The video was like, what the fuck? Stop talking. I hate you, kind of. It was a little bit of that. It was like, whoa, dude. Obviously came here to listen to Scott, but never been on this channel before, because I am a talker. And people go, oh, you like to hear the sound of your own voice? I go, no, I hate the sound of my own voice. I just love to talk. That is, if there was a God, proof that he is a jerk. But so let's talk about combat. So the thing I like about combat in Dragons Down versus Magic Realm, and so, is that in Magic Realm, the vast majority of combats are, I'm going to win this with super minor damage, I'm going to lose this. Those are typically the three. The narrow space in Magic Realm where you sit there and go, well, I've got a shot at this, but I need a little bit of luck. So I break combats up in Magic Realm into three categories: combats you should take, combats you shouldn't take, combats that are exciting, that you're not sure, kind of, or that you think you should take but scary, right? There's that middle ground. There's the ones you should absolutely just, you run, you're done, don't do it, hide, blah, whatever. There's ones you go, yep, it's an auto killing around. I'm hidden, my weapon's on the active side, I undercut him and kill him, blah, done, right? And then there's this gray area of combats where you go, well, I'm going to fight 6 wolves and let's hope that they all flip to their light side and that does okay. And then I get a couple lucky shots, and I've had those in Magic Realm. But that gray area is so narrow in Magic Realm because, and why? Why is that? Well, because you either have a 1/3 chance of hitting or 0 chance or 100% chance, right? So that those are your chances. 100, 33, 0. Okay? And the other thing is, you either do enough damage to kill it or you don't do enough damage to kill it. Done. There's no in between. Just by shifting the probabilities, that you have either a 100% chance, a 44% chance, or a 25% chance. Notice it never goes to 0, right? It's 100, 44, 25, right? Just edging that up a tiny bit. And there's never a 0% chance to hit Magic Realm. It's 100 or 33 is what it is, right? The fact that there's another category, that your hit chance is slightly higher, and that there's another category, which is 25%, and right? There's those 3 categories. The hit if equal is the addition, really. And the fact that if I don't kill it, I at least do take one of its health, essentially, right? I take a health and I knock a health. That opens up the combat. That done. That opens it up. So yeah. So the idea is there's a lot of cases where you go, well, I can move the one cube, or right? I can move a cube from offense to defense, or defense to offense. Typically, is the decision is how offensive do you want to be? Right? And so typically you go, well, I'm going to move this extra cube to offense to get that extra chance, but give them an extra chance, right? And I'm going to go faster because my weapon's longer. So my 44% beats their 44%, sort of, because I get to roll mine first, kind of thing, right? There's a lot of that going on in Dragons Down, and you don't see that in Magic Realm, almost at all. So I think, and the other thing, by the way, no, they're only wounded for that battle. It essentially reduces their health by 1 for the rest of that battle. Monsters do not stay wounded. And that makes sense because, again, a bookkeeping nightmare, right? That monster goes back to the chip tray. Like, what do you do, right? So I think that the slightly more random, if you want to say less deterministic nature of Dragons Down combat makes it more it's just much more fun to take fights, and much more fun to and there's way more fights that are interesting and have a tiny bit of risk to them. Even the Vanguard fighting the 3 kobolds. The Vanguard, and my initial decision was, do I go all out and attack the 3 kobolds? Right? So where are our kobolds? So this was the battle. The battle was, well, the 3 kobolds showed up. And the reason I'm taking this battle was to fulfill this and this. The Vanguard was doing that, and he was behind. So getting these 2 squares at once would have been a little bit of a coup. Now, he still wasn't going to win because by that time everybody was on really the last couple of days. But this would have given him at least maybe a chance, right? He wins that battle. The next day he finds the altar, and all of a sudden he wins. And so the actual thing was, and he was alerted, which we'll talk about alerting in a minute. Do you play like this? Oops, I'm sorry. And one defense doesn't really matter in the scheme of things. Do you play like this to optimize his first round and kill this guy for sure, but take 2 hits? And taking 2 hits would have wounded 2 cubes, which would have been this heart and this red cube, round 1. But you've knocked down the number of, like, you've killed one. You killed one for sure. I didn't do that. I was like, well, I don't want to take 2 hits. That knocks me down to that dangerous point where you're taking cubes off of your cards. So I'm like, well, I'll go defensive. And that freaking screwed me because I didn't hit shit, and they hit me twice anyway because they still have a 25% chance to hit. And done. That is the game. The other thing which Magic Realm sort of screws up, and I don't hate it, but it does make the combats more deterministic, more, yep, I'm going to win this, or no, I'm not going to win this, is there's no covering your move. In Magic Realm, you can cover your move. So the 33% chance the monster has to hit you, you can possibly, in many situations, go, if it does hit me, I will hit it first and kill it. Thus, making combats that might be interesting less interesting, right? So it puts more combats in that, oh, I should just take this and win this easily category. because you can't cover your move in Dragon's Down. There's no such thing. The monsters get a chance to roll to hit you. You can beat them. You can outspeed them, and you can attack and maybe roll and kill it, or maybe you can outspeed him entirely. But that also helps widen that gray zone, that middle zone, that interesting fight zone. And Dragon's Down, like I said, does that much better than Magic Realm. I think it is actually a very clever and well-thought design. I mean, I know it's well thought out because I've seen your fucking Excel spreadsheet. But you know what I mean? It's a very clever design. There's not a ton of variables, but the variables that are there all play out. If you play with the optional rules of weapons length, that helps too, because it then gives you that nice shift that Magic Realm has. Weapon length first round, second round speed, which again opens up the combats, because there's a lot of, because there's another variable, which I do love. And let's talk about alerting. Alerting is another mechanic that I think Dragon's Down, again, it's combat, so we're gonna lump that into combat. Alerting in Magic Realm flips your weapon to the better side, typically. That's fine, that's great. Nothing wrong with that, and it's very simulationist thematic, I suppose, right? Your bow's ready, the arrow's knocked, or your mace is out, you're ready to hit, that kind of thing. I get that. The fact that it allows you to play an extra cube and makes a difference between 6 cubes and 5 cubes in Dragon's Down makes it a more interesting mechanic, because it just does more, right? I can be more defensive now, or I can be more offensive now, or I can push another might, and so on and so forth. So I think of the things that are, a triumph, if we have to compare the games, which I think they both obviously stand on their own merits, so that is absolutely true. Even if Dragon's Down is a homage to Magic Realm, which it is, I think combat absolutely is better in Dragon's Down by a substantial amount. It is, I'm not to say it's my favorite aspect of the game, but it probably is my favorite. Reason why I would pick playing it over Magic Realm is that I know the fights are going to be cooler, generally. And that my fighting characters are going to have to sit there and go, ugh. Dude, am I taking this? Yes, I will. I did, in fact, confirm. I had to go recover my goddamn password. I haven't been on BGG in so long. Do you realize? I had to go find... But I did, so I will try to post. I will post something about the bingo. I will post. I like the chit system, and I like fatigue, and I do think it makes characters in Magic Realm have that nuance, right? Because there really is looking at the characters, and you go, shit, the White Knight, I have like 3 good rounds of combat in me before I'm sucking wind, right? Against something that I have to dodge. Oh, God. And that nuance is really cool, right? Amazon versus Captain, absolutely. The nuance is really cool. That it's cool that that H4 move is a 2 asterisk move, and that you're only actually going to get, I think, I think you have 2 or 3 more asterisks before you're done. And that is really neat. Here's the problem. I don't think it doesn't do, so, how do I put this? I will preface everything I say. Rob Hamlin was a genius. That dude was a fucking genius. Richard Hamlin was a genius. But the thing is, and Magic Realm is an interesting game, and one of the reasons why people bounce off it is, in my opinion, because it tricks people into thinking it's a tactical game. It has enough and the combat has enough rules in it that you look at that book and go, well, this is a combat game, obviously. And look, there's weapon length and weapon speed and character speed and strengths and fatigue and armor. Jesus Christ, this must be a combat game. But the problem is all those combat, and at first you might play it as a combat game and go, well, I think I'm taking this fight against the 12 goblins. Let's see what happens. Jesus Christ. But Magic Realm is an operations strategic game. The actual point of Magic Realm is, yes, but both of them are action optimization games. They're in your 30 days. Can you do as many things as you want to do as possible? Done. Combat is actually not really... In Magic Realm, the combats mostly fall into, I should take this and win it. I should not take this. Done. Most of the combats fall into that. All the fatigues and chits and so on ultimately, unfortunately, come down to, I should take this fight. The people that think the chit system is more interesting than Dragons Down haven't figured the chit game out yet. They just haven't. Once you solve the combat puzzle in Magic Realm, it no longer is interesting. And some people, I think, once they see that, now I don't know, maybe some people just don't figure it out and they don't, but I feel that people go, well, this combat's boring. This game's boring because the combat's boring. And I go, the combat is boring. The combat's not the point of Magic Realm. The point of Magic Realm is the month, is planning out your month. Even in the base game, the quest game is definitely this, because it's more of a race. But the base game even is, well, I suppose I got to find a great treasure and I need 40 fame. All right, how the fuck do I get 40 fame? What fights can I take? And where am I going to get those fights? I can take I'm the dwarf. I can take all the tremendous creatures, the tremendous dragons. Get me to a cave, get me to a roar sea, and let me go kill tremendous dragons. That's Magic Realm. It's not, do I duck? No. Yes, of course you duck. You're the fucking dwarf. You duck. That's what you do. Because it's the best, one of the best shits in the game. Unless it's a player, in which case they will smash your shit. So don't do that. But yes. But it's not a tactical game, and I think people mistake Magic Realm as a tactical game and go, well, there's combat rules. It must be a game about combat. And the answer is, it's not. It is a strategic, I'm going to call it an operations level fantasy campaign game. I'm the Berserker. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to score fame and maybe get some gold or whatever. I don't know what you've set up there. I'm the Black Knight. I've set up notoriety. Where are you going to go? I'm going to go kill the guard. Of course you are. That's what you do. You go kill the guard. And doing that as quickly as possible, and then obviously adapting to the board situation as it evolves. That is Magic Realm. Magic Realm is not about combat. In fact, if it was about combat, it would actually be boring, because 90% of the combats fall into take it, don't take it. Done. Dragons Down, it's probably 60% of the combats fall into take it or don't take it. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. But I will say that gray zone is bigger, and I love that. That makes me way more interested in playing fighters. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love to play fighters in Magic Realm too, because they all have their different shtick or whatever. But yeah, but it is a really good combat. So for as not complicated as it is, right? It's not really that complicated, but I think it does it very well. So it's good. It's good stuff. Congratulations. Good work. The other thing I do like, I think I like, don't get me wrong, I do think that there is a tiny bit of more flavorful characterization in the characters of Magic Realm, if that makes any sense. To me, the White Knight feels more White Knighty than, say, the Paladin does. The Witch King feels more sinister than the Soulless does. So there's a little bit of that there. Having said that, I think you just win. I think you just won by sheer volume. I mean, and that's not a that. By the way, that's not a backhanded compliment. That is a full-on compliment. I think there are so many character combinations in Dragons Down, and they are strangely subtle at times. You bludgeon Magic Realm. Well, I mean, sometimes, I'm sorry, sometimes you think your way out of a situation, and sometimes you just run a Monte Carlo simulation and go, yep, that's the answer. Right? I mean, sometimes you just beat it with numbers. You know, sometimes you are Sparta. Other times you are you're goblins, right? I didn't have a second. I didn't have it. Someone needs to give me a horde culture in history that I can finish that metaphor. But, you know, playing do the DD tiles flip? The terrain tiles flip, of course. They do flip. You know, and I don't love the flip. When the tiles flip, they typically just become harder to navigate or easier to navigate. I don't necessarily think that that's what we haven't played with, and I do need to at some point flip these, because these all have a little thingy that might be interesting. You know, so the treasure sites flip and then become clunkier to loot, some of them. So that's sort of cool. That's something that we haven't played with here. But I just think there's so many variations on these characters that that you're bound to find something interesting, right? And playing a half-orc version of an assassin versus an elf version of the assassin, you know, those are different characters, right? And they actually do, and there's a little bit of subtlety, you know, in just little things that I think sort of play out, and that makes me happy. You know, there's a lot more variation in characters. Never a fan that X-Spell. Yeah, I like the enchanting rolls in Dragons Down. I think they're almost a requirement if you're a spellcaster in some cases, right? I think, right? Like if I'm a spellcaster, if I'm playing a spellcaster in Dragons Down, I am probably making it. I'm assuming that I'm enchanting a couple tiles. If nothing else, and I don't play with the optional rules that make enchanting less useful. I keep them useful. I don't know if I should, but I don't. At the very least, because otherwise you're wounding cubes all day for some of your X amount of your spells, for most of your spells, for most of the ones that matter. And you don't want to do that. So if I'm going to stay in a place, I'm probably enchanting it. I'm taking those three. You figure that enchanting is going to, with 2 spell casts, equals out the rests that you need to take to get those cubes back. So done. So probably worth it 9 times out of 10. And yeah, I love the fact that I can put my own crap in there, right? My own spell bits in there. How much do you play Magic Realm with others versus solo? I obviously play most of my games solo, and I play most of my games solo and multi-handed. Probably 90% of my games are solo, and and 80% of those are multi-handed. I play occasionally with other folks because my kids play, and my friend Scott plays. My friend John, who you would not think would be a Magic Realm guy, because he's sort of I never pay attention to any rules ever in any game I've ever played. Even when I was a youngin', yes, I played most of my Magic Realm alone. Multi-handed. That's, yeah. And I typically don't care for PvP in Magic Realm. Not that I think it's a bad thing or whatever. I do think that it tends to, at some point, favor someone being a jackass. Right? I think at some point, I think it's the same problem with almost all PvP games, in that, you tend to have, right, it brings Enter the Swordsman. It tends to bring, there's always then that legacy of, this guy screwed me the last game. It tends to bring that to the table. It tends to bring that, kingmaker aspect to the table. And so in Magic Realm, typically we even when we play together, we mostly play, separate cooperative race, right? Can make deals and so on. But I have played, and I don't hate, I don't hate it. I don't hate PvP. I don't like most games that are competitive but don't have to be, tend to bring out the worst in people. in terms of that kind of, right? But yeah, I like the threat of PvP. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's fair. I don't think it's, again, the problem with, say, a game in Magic Realm is, you're probably, it's probably, one person's on the, like, most combats are in the I should take this fight or I shouldn't take this fight category. Probably one person's on the wrong side of that and the other person's on the right side of that. There's not a lot of middle ground in Magic Realm where, this fight's a good fight. If you're the wizard, avoid the swordsman at all costs if you can. And again, it might be a little better. Dragon's Down has more middle ground, so you might have more interesting fights. But very typically, do I have armor? Yes. Okay, well, I can kill a lot of people because you're going to get through my armor first. And that first hit, I get to take that first hit, and you don't get to take my first hit? Okay. I mean, I just feel and it's not my favorite in games like Magic Realm. If I want to play PvP, I'm going to play like a game like Eclipse, that is just a combative game, right? That it's a war game effectively, or a semi-Euro with war gamey bits. Yeah, that's all, and that's fine. And frankly, I suppose I'm of the fear that if I was playing, say, the quest game, which I do have a deck of cards that I wrote by hand, I have to redo them. Playing the quest game with Magic Realm with a bunch of people when we were PvPing, that PvP would be the optimal. PvP would still be the optimal route to win, though, and so that sort of ruins the rest of it. Like, you should just kill everybody, right? If you can. And that's a different game. At that point, it's just a it's a race to get a toy and then a showdown. Okay, that's a different, there are games like that. I could play that game. So anyway, I'm not going to explain why I don't like PvP. I'm just a wimp. That's why I don't play online a lot with folks. I'm like, I don't want to get into that. That, and if I was playing the elf, it would just be way too tempting to just shoot the shit out of you people from hiding, and then cast Lost or some stupid bullshit. Oh god, most annoying spell in the game. But yeah. I mean, you got PvP in Dragon's Down. It's definitely in there. Definitely in there. When I took MR to the game shop, one of my players wanted to play the Black Knight exclusively to hunt me down. What were you playing? What were you playing that they were trying to hunt you down with the Black Knight? Playing the Witch. Oh, yeah. Well, that is an issue. I mean, all you need is the Tremendous Troll at that point. As soon as you're a tremendous creature, you absorb a tremendous. He can't even kill you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that clever, but I do spend a lot of time thinking about some of these things, some of these games. I mean, I played Magic Realm for 4 decades, so I'm not even that good at it, but I think I have a handle on, how most of the fights play out typically. So that's one of those things. And I always found, and I did post this. This was actually a post on Board Game Geek where someone was talking about, or at least I think I responded to it because I don't know that I had my account. They were talking about bouncing off Magic Realm because it was the combat game would be boring, and I was like, you're sort of missing the point. I get it though, because Magic Realm is disguised as a fighty game, and it's not a fighty game. It's not a fighty game. You wonder if you would remember, and you'd remember most of them. I mean, Magic Realm is not magic. Most of the rules in Magic Realm are edge cases. Most of the combat rules have to do with who attacks whom. Think about it. The vast majority of combat rules are edge cases and who attacks when. Just because DD is bad. I've had that problem playing Dragon's Down, is that, oh yeah, fireball, it must work like this. And the answer is nope, doesn't work like that. Stop it. It's not okay. So I do have to add I did not add the rule, although I said I was going to, but I forgot because I didn't put it on the card. Rob, drain life, I think we have to make it, we'll probably make it fail on a 6. Still, I think that's a good, because it makes it super dangerous to use then at that point. And you can't use it really without being hidden. If you use it without being hidden, you're asking to die. Because then you have a 30% chance of missing with it, essentially. Nope. I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the world. No, I'm doing it for world peace. No, because I'm tired of you people saying that he's overpowered. I'm tired of it, goddammit. Tired. I mean, he has the perfect chits for it, is the issue. I do like, so again, and I will say that is one thing. So that's one thing that, to flip it, that the chit system does for Magic Realm that it doesn't do that Dragon's Down doesn't have. And that is like all blue spellcasters in Dragon's Down get access to the same spells. All black casters in Dragon's Down. Now, you might have more black cubes or less black cubes, and thus can cast more spells or less spells or whatever. Magic Realm, the combination of the type of ritual and the color and the speeds, thus means that certain spells work for certain characters specifically better. The witch wants to absorb. That is her vibe. That is really her best use of black magic. Or broomstick is super great. The Witch King should not take broomstick. There's really no point. You should probably take Melt into Mist. You should and Drain Life, which again is not a base game spell. So let's understand something. That is an expansion spell that I stole out of one of the expansions. But Drain Life, not good for the witch. Her best time is a time 4. She's never going to hit shit with it. But the Witch King has a type 5/2. He's going to hit everything with it. So all of a sudden, yeah, fan, yep, absolutely. It's fan expansion. But that spell works for one character, doesn't work for another. Maybe you get a chit. Maybe you get a, some kind of different upgrade on your character, and all of a sudden that spell becomes interesting, right? So I will say that that's something that I need to die. No, I mean, that's funny, but don't do that. We're expanding Dragon's Down. My main problem in expanding, let's say, Dragon's Down is I don't want to ruin the spreadsheet. Like, you have a spreadsheet. So there are certain things that I go, yeah, that's, secondly is simply making cards and so on, and then using like the mod. Like, the mod does whatever it does. So, updating the mod with extra shit, probably not ideal. That's all. That's my problem with in Magic Realm I only use like half the mod because we're adding cards and shit. Kind of protective for it. Of course you are. That's fine. It is still your baby. Still your baby. That's okay. I get it. That's why I'm only digging with victory conditions. 21 years and yet to really have a profit. Yeah. I mean, you're an independent designer of board games. Well, welcome to welcome to the economics of gaming, I think. I don't know. I mean, some people make money in the industry. You would know better than I would about the economics of it. But they never seemed to, the economics never seemed to work out, for anyone that I had heard, right? I, talked to various, or my gaming buddies, or, the dude who owns a game store or whatever, or the independent designers that wander through his store. Never seems like it would ever really work out unless you're in a weird, unless you either hit lightning in a bottle or, right, or have some advantage. So I don't know if it's mediocrity necessarily. I think, but I do think it is a pyramidal industry where there's a lot of folks that just aren't going to make money, and then there's a few folks that are going to make money, kind of, right? I think that's sort of how it's like you're a football player. Hey, you made college, you played Division 1A, good for you. Only 1% of you are going to make it to the NFL and make money. I mean, now college players make money, which is a little ridiculous, but I do understand why they would want that. Um, but you know what I mean? Like there's, I don't know who's making money in the gaming industry. There's a few folks, but not a ton. Um, and you would think that Kickstarter would be sort of the way to do that, but presumably it is not. There's, you know, presumably it is still expensive to produce this, which I understand. And it's not even like an RPG book or something, which is probably way cheaper to make. I think this, you know, the per unit cost on this is probably pretty expensive. Order of the Stick would have been okay except for tariffs, but that's a rabbit hole. Yeah, oh god, yeah. Let's. Ugh. Do you do direct to stores? Can a game store get copies of Dragons Down to put on the shelves? No, that's too bad. That's too bad. Yeah. No, I mean, again, the economics though are non-trivial to work out. And yes, tariffs did probably jam a stick in your eye at exactly the wrong time. Um, really. So, but yeah, let's not talk about tariffs. I'm preparing a proposal. The amount that comes to me is 30% the retail price. Right. Because distribution usually sells for what, 50% of retail. Yeah, which is about my cost produced without storage, transport, and shipping. Sure. Yeah, that's clunky. That's awkward. That's awkward. Yeah, there's no good way to do that then, really. Yeah, the not rough numbers, yes. Only do direct. Okay. Yeah, because then at least you're getting the retail price, right? Yeah. Pondering direct selling direct to retailers. If you do, I mean, you know, and again, yeah, that's a rough haul. I don't know how those numbers work up. How those would work out for you. And 20 is a rough number for most local game stores to like stock, right? Like 20 copies of a board game which they never heard of. That, you know, that's a rough. And there are VAT implications. Oh god. Jesus. I as a porno? What are you, Rob? What are you so promo? Okay, Jesus. What what's going on? uh, my eyes are old and or lecherous, one or the other. Have a group of YouTuber creators play. I mean, you know, I don't think, no, you would not. Me neither. That's definitely, I'm not watching that. Um, I mean, certainly, you know, there are folks that have played Dragon. I need to go. Actually, I do. I need to go look. I need to go scour YouTube for Dragons Down playthroughs. Sort of, is what I need to do. I was told it was going to be a Q&A. Take off your pants. uh, Yeah. Yep. Seen six or yeah, that's cool. That's cool to see. That's good. That's good. I have to go look. I have to go look. I do like um I do like to see folks play. I do like to see folks play. My main issue with Magic Realm playthroughs is a lot of them play like a lot of the ones I've seen are really slow. Like they play really slowly. And so that sort of bums me out. And I get antsy. I'm like, okay, let's get moving here. What's happening? And I skip ahead and I'm just I'm impatient with stuff like that. Like I do want to see the game move, right? I want to see stuff happen. So Dragons Down would seem to probably be snappier, I think. So maybe I'll go look at that. I'll go check out those playthroughs. Since I could use tips, obviously. I can use tips. George came in here and was just like, yep, I got this rule and this rule. I'm like, God damn it, George. I don't know what I'm doing. That's what you're saying. I get it. I don't like what I don't like, MR, they play one character and they usually just hunt down natives for equipment. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I mean, that was a big problem with early Magic Realm, was that, you know, the characters all start at the end and the rogues are at the end. And so day one was usually a bloodbath of everyone just killing everything. And then that's where the Watchful Natives rule, there it is. That's where the Watchful Natives rule came in. Hamlin was like, quit killing natives. Stop it. They're always ready for you. Stop it. By the way, even then, if you have a buddy with the Black Knight, you go kill the guard anyway. You just go kill the damn guard. 100% kill them. You were just better at killing them. Kill them. But yeah, so that's what Watchful Natives occurred, and that's why you see that characters can start places other than the end, is because day ones at, I think, you know, whatever tournaments or whatever Gen Cons they were just bloodbaths. Like everyone was dead day one because. And now, don't get me wrong, I do have a really good time picturing that, right? The swordsman lurking in the corner, the wizard smoking his pipe, the elf like looking around, you know, the Black Knight's like just pulls the mace out, starts like fiddling with the handle, and everybody's like, uh-oh. And then do right, then the music comes out. The rogues are all like getting antsy. It's like, why do we let these people in here? Everybody, just blood everywhere. Yeah. Bad scene. The wizard dies in that case, by the way. The wizard totally dies. But both the elf and the swordsman are made to kill the wizard specifically. I'm trying to half listen. I don't want to spoil MR yet. But yeah, so. And I tend to restrict attacking natives. I tend to go, you either need to be enemies with them or they need to insult you. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not hard to get someone who's unfriendly with you or even neutral with you. You can usually get insulted. But I usually go, you need a casus belli, kind of. You need a cause for war. Either they're your enemies or they piss you off. Scott, thank you, man. Ping me if you want to do a night. We don't have to do Monday, Wednesday, or Friday either. We can do like a Tuesday night if you want, or something like that. That might even be better, just because, you know, because it's Memorial Day and so on. So thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it, and ping me over the weekend, and we'll try to work it out. It doesn't have to be a night. We could do it in the day. Night is probably better for, you know, just in general. But and if it's like Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, then a night is preferable because I would theoretically be working, but I could take time off to accommodate your schedule, and I will do that. So you ping me and we'll figure it out, and I will try to work that in. But yeah, good night, man. Thank you. Fun stuff. So yeah, we finished our give. Does anyone have anyone have anything else they want to ask me before we sort of start wrapping it up? So yeah, Lauren, I don't allow, you can't attack natives. So there's two things. You cannot attack natives unless you have a quest to do so, or an event has come up and allowed you to mark those natives as hostile. So for instance, the Inquisition allows anyone to mark the order as hostile. But if they are just neutral to you, you may not attack them. You may only attack them if they are enemies, or if you roll on the meeting table and get a trouble or insult result, or a block battle result. If they attack you, or if they trouble, then you can either fight them then, or you can just put down that you've been insulted. And if you've been insulted by the order, you can attack them at any time later. You can take your retribution at any time later. It doesn't change your disposition with them. You can still be neutral, but they've insulted you previously, so you come back to avenge the slight. The other rule is you, unless they're friendly or allied with you, you can only sell to them by not rolling trouble, by not rolling block battle. That doesn't mean they're going to block battle you. Like if you sell, because normally you can sell to anybody in Magic Realm. Like you don't have to roll to sell. You just sell. Even if they're your enemy, you can sell to them. Well, my role is you can only sell if you cannot, so it's neutral or better typically, and then neutral you have effectively, I think, a 9% chance of not being able to sell to them. Like I'm trying to encourage you selling to your friends and neighbors, essentially, not your enemies or your unfriendlies. Like that is, but you can sell to them if you have a card like a merchant that allows you to sell, or a make friends card that allows you to sell to them or whatever. The idea is that you're selling to your friends and attacking your enemies typically, and that's the rule. I don't really like attacking natives as a rule, but I do understand that it is in certain characters' benefit to do so. But I don't like everybody just attacking the rogues, like for instance. I just don't. I don't find that cool. It's just not thematic to me. Like that's weirdly, I'm talking about theme, because usually I go, theme, whatever. I don't care, but it's not thematic to me. So yeah, so it's almost midnight. I'm willing to hang out for a little longer if you have anything specific you want to know, Lauren, or anybody else for that matter. Dustin would pull a question out at this point. But if we don't have any, then I suppose we wrap it up tonight. Oh, tomorrow we're starting our new game campaign, though. We're starting a new. We finished up the old one, starting a new one. Very excited. Very excited. So I'm thinking of trying to do I just don't think I'd be good at them, Rob. I really, that's the weird part. I just don't think I'd be any good. I think I would. I'm not a like it just I actually don't know the rules for Magic Realm that well. I know the happy path really well. I'm a legend. Well, thank you. Thank you. The actual legend. So you want to know? I think I've told this story a dozen times. So you probably heard it already. There is actually a Chris McGowan. He's 20 years younger than I am, I think, at least. He lives in California. Not related at all, by the way. Works in game design and has lots of game design credits and shit. I'm like, God damn it, he has my life. He's Jesus. That's the legend. I'm just a dude. All right. Well, thank you guys very much. You made it a fun night. Lauren, Rob, Osaru, Amanda, Scott, of course, from Active Magic Games. He's busting out $200,000 in that Kickstarter. Good for him. Nutmeg, good to see you. Do we have anybody else pop by? I think, did we get, Blast Pop stopped by, so great. Good to see Blast Pop. That's sort of cool. Tim Carell, which have not seen before, but thanks and welcome. And I think that's all of the crew that we have that I saw on chat. Thanks to everybody. It was a good game. I love the bingo. I am going to remake the quest cards with all the new terrains and all that crap and try to figure it out. I like the quest cards for DD. We'll definitely need to work it out here and see if we can't get something going with these again. And I will talk to you all. I think, I don't know about, we'll see. I will, at some point over the weekend, publish super fun MetaQuest. Thank you, Carl Jason. I appreciate that. I do. I love this. I do love it. It is super fun to be there like, how am I going to win? I do love it. So thanks a lot, man. I appreciate the kind words. I will post some kind of schedule over the weekend. My daughter is flying in from Boston. So I'll see. It might be sketchy there for a couple days. So I will talk to you guys, and yep, thanks a lot. See you all Wednesday for sure. Oh yeah, ask a quick question. Sure, Lauren. That's fine. Yes. Loves the Pilgrim. We'll make a Pilgrim analog. Amazon loves the Pilgrim. Go ahead and ask your question though. Fire away. I'm here. I don't have anything to do tonight. Tomorrow, nothing. Sleep in. ... 4 dots. He JRPG'd me. Have you ever seen that? Can I do a quick donate on Ko-Fi? You certainly can. You're certainly welcome to. Without memberships. I think you can. You're going to need an account, obviously, and that's super clunky. Right? So I don't know how that works, to be honest with you, but you have to be, on there, I think. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you just put in payment information. Does Ko-Fi have memberships? It might. Coffee. It's actually coffee. I call it Ko-Fi because it has a dash in it. What do we got here? If I look at my dumb page here, which is super low key. Yeah, I think you can just click a button and tip or whatever. And I think you're okay. Yeah. And you can do it. You can technically join and do it monthly. You do it. Do what you can do. Don't feel any pressure. The other thing to do would be to join as a member of the YouTube channel. You get the green name, you get the little badge, and you get the emotes. And it's, I think, $1 a month or something, or $5 a month, I think, are the two levels. That shows you how much effort I put into this channel, by the way. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I swear to you, once I can get kids moved out of the damn house, I am getting a studio to do board games. Honest, I really am. That is the plan, actually, and I have cash set aside for it. Yes, you can join the channel. So if you go to my YouTube channel, do they have one-time donates? That would be super chats. That would be super chats on the page. So in the chat, I think there is the, now I have to go look, but in the chat, I think there's the ability to do like a super chat or whatever. And I think the super chat is, there's like a show your support. Super chats are one-time donations, and they pop up on chat and you send a message like, yo, nice game, here's $2 or whatever, right? So that's how that works. That would be the one time, and you can do either one. And I don't make any money off of these really that much. And what I do, I tend to do things like, oh, I'll buy, some video game and play the video game on, what I mean, that kind of thing. So yeah, so thank you very much. I appreciate your asking. Obviously grateful for anything. And I will see you guys. Thank you, Rob. I will have a beer on you. I absolutely will. Or I will say, let's be honest, a lot of it goes to the booze fund. it goes to the alcohol online fund. But don't tell YouTube that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Rob. I did like that. That was good. But yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate you all. I will see you. Look for a post this weekend. I'm thinking of trying to do an AAR for the game sessions for the superhero game. If you're interested, I'll put a post and maybe people can like the post or something if you want to hear about my dumb campaign as it happens, as opposed to months later when Scott and I can't remember shit. So that's it. I will talk to you later. Have a good night and have a good weekend. Thank you very much, everybody.